Live. Welcome everybody to our time in person in a long time. Really nice to be out and about. Our goal setting this year is going to be a lot different than we've done in the past. So I don't know how much goal setting we're going to get into, but Richard's kind of got a plan of how we're going to, because we've got new counselors on, and so it's a lot of training, refreshing for some of us, and so I guess you can take it away.
Okay, and you have in front of you the little hockey pucks. Those are the microphones, so they do pick up really well, so don't worry about being too close to them. They do pick up pretty good, and we tested them yesterday, and they pick up the noises in the building really well. Just be cautious, don't put paper on top of them or anything, because that will pick up really well too. And do that. And if any, don't touch the center, because if you touch the center of the microphone, it turns them all off. It will mute them, so just be cautious of those. Thank you for the opportunity. This is going to be fun. For 4 hours, we get to sit here and talk. And like the mayor said, we started going through some of the things that have been happening and some of the things that we need to talk about. And it's going to take, we think, 4 hours to get you ready, and then we'll have to probably have another meeting to do goals. But we're looking forward to some of the information, and I think some of the information we're going to share is stuff that we really need to get out. Some of it is brand new that we just learned this week. About conditions and things, and so we'll touch on that as well. Food's over here. If you want to get up and get food anytime, feel free. Like I said, we are live right now on YouTube, so we can kind of keep an eye on that and watch that as well, and it'll be there so you can go back and relearn things again if you want. It'll be on the city's YouTube page. We are putting our council meeting videos on YouTube as well. We have January 11th council meeting on, and we have last Wednesday's planning commission meeting on. So please don't watch the planning commission meeting yet, because you are city councilors, and the appeal period for the 2 cases that were at the planning commission are still in play, and they will be for another 12 days or 13 days.
Total of 14 days from Thursday.
So please don't watch that until that time has lapsed, and then you can watch that and see it and everything. If you do watch it, then you're going to have to just disclose in ex parte contact if it does come from council as an appeal. So you just have to disclose that. So it's not a big deal, but just to avoid the look of it. And we are working on, after doing those 2, we've got it down to kind of a pattern. We'll be able to do that regularly and put all the council meetings on. So Monday night's council meeting, we'll do it in go-to meeting like we normally do. And then the following day, hopefully by noon, we get those on. It is quite a process. It does take a lot of computer time. Not a lot, hopefully we'll cut back on the staff time it takes to do it, learning the program and learning how to put it all on there. But when you have a 2-hour meeting, it takes a long time for it to process that and put that in the format to put on YouTube. So we'll be doing that. There's a couple of things we'll talk about later associated with those meetings as well. So that we'll want to visit about as we talk about our virtual meetings. Hopefully they'll be going away soon. This is kind of cool. You can see everybody and do it this way. Other than that, the last couple of weeks, probably the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks have been really fun. And fun is a loose term. I'm sure most of you know what I'm talking about with all the social media stuff and everything going on. We've done some things in the last couple of weeks that have raised some concerns or some discussion and various opinions and things, which is great, that's fine. But we want to talk about some of those things that have happened and kind of reiterate some of the things that our legal counsel has advised us and has talked to us about over the past years. And I think it's a good time to remember and remind ourselves about how that works. One of the things that happened this last week, actually it was last week on Friday, actually it happened before that, but last week on Friday we got a phone call from the bank president at Umpqua, or the vice president and manager at Umpqua Bank, and commenting about, did you know a copy of your check, a city check, is on Facebook, including account number and the full format of your check? That's not a very smart thing. There are people out there on the dark web and other places that would love to take, hey, here's the full format, here's the signatures, here's the account number, everything they could do, have or need to make a fake check and process it was posted on Facebook. It's kind of a little challenging. You know, it's a public record. We've been getting requests like crazy every day for public records. No one is to blame for sending that record out. And I want to make sure that our staff and you know that, yeah, we looked at it, our city attorney looked at it, and she was surprised and she said, I should have thought of that. We should redact that information, but we didn't think about it. There's also nothing in state law that says you specifically can redact your account number on the check. But in light of that, some of our staff is working hard to get those public record requests out as quickly as possible because we have a deadline. We have a timeline that we're supposed to do that. But now we're kind of moving to, hey, we're going to make sure that we redact every little thing and double check to make sure we're not to blame. I think really the person who posted it online, made a mistake as well that could have severely damaged the community. Our bank vice president at Umpqua, who saw that, that's not the bank we bank with, by the way. She saw it, contacted us, contacted Banner Bank's president and said, hey, or vice president or manager there, and said, Jim, Facebook. Those two banks then jumped through a whole bunch of hoops. They did amazing work for us to help us get that squared away quickly before the end of Friday. And we're still doing it this week. I mean, all this week we were changing accounts, moving some of our, we have a whole bunch of direct deposits, we have a whole bunch of direct payments. We were taking care of adjusting and moving everything. We had $1.2 million in the bank. None of it was lost. We were able to make sure we still have payments coming in. I think this week we had a couple of payments come in that we said, oh yeah, that's a legitimate one. And the bank is watching everything for us. We've also signed up for another program. I can't remember what it's called.
Positive pay.
What? Positive?
Positive pay.
Positive pay, where we provide a list of everything that's going to be coming out, and then the bank verifies it and checks everything against it. So it's just another layer of cybersecurity that we're doing. Just to make sure. But we have a new account at Banner Bank. It's been changed. Their staff was spectacular. If you get a chance to talk to the staff at Umpqua or Banner, thank them. I mean, they really went out of their way to help us. That's the type of community service. That's the type of community we live in. That's the type of stuff that's really wonderful to see. Those are people that are making the place a better place to live. So in light of that, I will not, and I hope you as council and other staff will not blame anyone on staff for doing what they could do with the sole purpose of trying to address and do what they were supposed to do. I won't, and I'm not going to. If there was some intent or ill intent or malfeasance or that being dishonest or integrity was compromised, then that's a different issue. But this was solely and completely done with the benefit of trying to do what was right for the community and make it happen quickly so that we looked transparent and we looked like we were doing the right thing. But we'll be a little more vigilant because basically we can't trust who we're giving it to do the right thing to. So with that, I kind of titled this first part of the session as Public Record, Social Media, Lions, Tigers, and Bears, oh my. It's lots of fun stuff. We have some handouts here for you. If you will pass those around. Those of you want these for records. This is a memo we received from our city attorney. She could not be here today, so she regrets that. And she did want to send us a memo, and I've got some other answers to questions that council members have asked us as well. And I'll kind of go through those and spend time with this memo. But it's a very useful reminder of some of the things associated with social media, with public records.
We need one more.
We need one more.
You have to know.
Oh, because I kept one. I keep one.
A question.
Sure.
All notes taken at this meeting can be requested?
Yes, that'll be a topic we'll talk about as well. So,
And actually always, by the way,
yeah.
always.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what was going
I
on.
didn't.
Sorry, Mike.
Oh, no, it's all good. Okay.
Yeah, and that's one thing that's actually mentioned in here in this, and we'll talk about it as well. And I think I'll bring it up. Yesterday in agenda section. This is a good example. I'll use it with me. In agenda session, we were having our meeting. My phone was going off like crazy. My watch was going off and by the end of the agenda session, it wasn't a very long agenda session, I had some 35 or 40 messages and direct messages and chat messages and stuff like that. And there were a couple video chats that had popped up on my phone as well. I got engaged. And so everybody in my family and her family and her fiance's family, and everybody was all texting back, congratulations, Dad, this is wonderful. Oh, I can see a picture of the ring, and all that stuff. And we're in a meeting. And I put my phone on the other desk away. If you're in a meeting, a virtual meeting, or if you're in a real meeting, and your phone goes off and you look at it during the meeting, that record can be requested. If you write notes, we used to give the council those calendar pads. They used to be on your desk every council meeting, and we actually put names. Way back, we put a sticker that would have the councilor's name, so you got the same calendar pad every time you came to council meeting. And they make notes on those. Those are public records. Whether they get requested or not is another issue. But they are public records, and they need to be kept. And what is suggested in here, and Carrie actually mentions that, hey, if you have times when you create a public record, those should be forwarded to the city recorder so we can retain them. There are record retention rules, and they have to be kept. And if you're going to keep them, fine, but you better keep them. Because if you don't, then it creates a problem. So, if you're taking notes during the meeting, yeah, by all means, take notes during the meeting and make little notes. That's fine, but you better keep it and maintain that as a public record, or let us keep it for you. We'll keep it. But be careful what you keep as a public record. There was a city a number of years ago that during some public comments, it wasn't here, it was another city in Oregon, and during the public comment period, people were making notes and they demanded to see the copy of the notes as a public record. And the notes that they were keeping was this person's a real jerk, not quite like that, but some kind of language that implied that. And that was a public record. It didn't look good. And when it made it on the front page of the newspaper, it really didn't look good. So please, use your resources, keep notes if you want, but make sure they're kept. And the best way to keep them is to get them to the city recorder.
So Richard, I also mention this to people who email me, because if they email me as a city councilor in, something related to city business, it is a public record as well. I one time had somebody write some pretty nasty stuff, and I immediately warned them. I said, this could be requested. You need to be really careful what you send, because a lot of times people in the moment will have very heated thoughts, and then eventually, they relax. So that's something to be aware of too, is that anybody emailing us also is now making a public record.
Yes, and if they're emailing you on your city email account, your city councilor account, that's great, because that's kept. You cannot delete those. You may think you're deleting them on your phone or on your tablet, but guess what? We have them all. We have you all signed up for a vault. Everything you get, even the junk mail, is kept. And we need to keep that as a public record. So you don't have to worry about that on your city councilor email. Councilor?
Yeah, so recently we were requested to send an email that we received through the city council email. I'm wondering why we were required to send it if you already had it.
We're asking if you've got it handy. If you don't have it, we could go and look at the vault, and it just takes us some extra steps. It's faster to ask you. So if you have it there, we know it's there, you can send it to us. That's what we were doing there. We can go to the vault and say, yeah, it was there, but I've removed that. Then we'd go to the vault and get it out. So yeah, that's why we'd ask, because it saves us some time having to go to the vault search.
It's not live viewability from the city into those email accounts.
There could be, but we're not doing that. And just to put you at ease, we don't want to be reading your emails if we don't have to. It's hard enough reading ours. But yeah, we could be watching all the emails if we wanted. I've done it with the mayor. Said, hey, I got this email, and can you help me with it? And I'd go and look at it on his, and I've done that before. But we can get into all of your accounts and look at your emails, but we don't unless we need to. And it's easier for us to get it from you if you know. But if you delete it and you're keeping your email file down, because I know some of you are probably doing that, where you're reading everything, you say, okay, and you're just putting it in the trash knowing that it's
away.
But you at least tell us, yeah, there was something there 2 or 3 days ago or a month ago, then we'd go look for it if you didn't have it anymore. So that's fine. But that's why we're doing that. Now, if you get an email about city business and it comes to your own personal account, please either forward that to your counselor email and probably forward it to your counselor email, as well as respond to the person from your counselor email. Don't respond from your personal email account. And so if you respond from the counselor email, then you've created that thread that hopefully that's what they come back to next time. But make sure you get that other email into that account as well, so it's there and reported to. If they don't do it, then please respond to them and say, please use my counselor email for this information or this kind of a discussion. Councilor Gerber.
Go ahead.
A note question, how long are we required to save them? Because I know probably all of us have stacks of papers, and I'm just wondering how long I have to.
Save your notes.
Yeah.
The term forever sticks in my head.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't think you have to keep them forever. Usually those, unless it has to do with a specific project, and we keep it as part of that retention, but usually the state says 1 to 2 years for now, so.
It's a long time.
Yeah.
So, and that's another reason why it's nice to give them to Trudy.
Oh, if I just give them to you, then I don't have to save them.
Then you don't have to worry about the dates, because she's got the retention schedule,
Okay.
and she'll keep track of that and
All
say,
right.
you know, in 10 years, we'll say, oh, why do we have Counselor Soulsby's notes here still? And we'll throw them away. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, there is a retention schedule, and there are some items that you may be involved in that might be items that are 5 years or longer. And so we have to look at the subject as well as, the subject as well as that it was a public document.
I'll just give them to you.
And don't reply all.
Yeah.
The easiest answer is, yeah, send them a treat.
Okay.
Reply all.
Yes,
Absolutely.
please, if you get an email from a fellow counselor, and that's probably on the memo, the first item to talk about is the unintentional public meeting. If you get an email from another counselor, or I send out the text message that says, hey, the agenda for Monday night is on the webpage. Don't reply all, because if you reply all and then somebody else responds and says, hey, why do we have this item on the agenda? And they replied all, then we've started to create a public meeting. And that's under the rules as what happened with Lane County. Somebody in here is very familiar with that. So please, and our attorneys are very familiar with it as well. So do not reply all. Also, be cautious and don't reply to specific counselors either. Because if Counselor Fleck sends out a message to everybody, and then you respond to Counselor Fleck, and then somebody else responds to just you, and then somebody else responds to him, you've still created a meeting because you've all started a conversation, and you may not be doing it reply all, but you've started a discussion that's not in a public forum. So,
And I assume, Richard, you're going to talk about social media in this as well, right?
the next page, we start getting into that, so.
I'm curious.
Counselor,
So when we're talking about what constitutes a public record, and we're talking about emails that might come in to personal versus the counselor, the council email, is this relegated to agenda items, past, present, potentially future? Is this like, if somebody has a concern that never gets brought up before council, it's not in public comment, but it never arrives on an agenda, is that public record as well because we're counselors? So anything that relates to the city?
Bingo. Anything that relates to the city, it doesn't have to come up on an agenda. If it relates to city business, if it relates to your function as a city councilor or the mayor, then it becomes a public record. And there may be some ifs there, but it is, and the lines are gray, but the better thing to do is err on the side of, hey, this is a public record. Now, if they're emailing you and asking you how your kids are doing in school, and if they use your council email on that, you could probably direct them and say, hey, please, this isn't a city matter. Can you use here's my personal email and you can talk to me about my kids at school there. But if it's, they're emailing you on your personal one and they're saying, yeah, there's a pothole over here on 16th Street, or, my water was brown today, or, anything that's tied to the city in any way, shape, or form, you want to count it as a public record and treat it as such. Even if it's not ever going to appear before the council. You may call into the office, you get something on the pothole, so you call up Faye and say, hey, somebody called, send me an email and said there was a pothole. That's it, you're done. But that record is still there. The phone call isn't a record, so that's something important to remember. A phone call isn't a public record. Now, leaving voicemail is a public record.
So a spouse sends a text and says, hey, you have a council meeting tonight.
Yep, that's a public record.
Say yes. Now all of my private texts are public record.
That one is.
Just the
Just the record
Thanks.
pertains to.
And I should be sending that to Trudy.
Or putting it in your counselor email.
Keeping it yourself. So there are rare occasions where records are exempt. If we're talking like a letter from our attorney, if it has to do with personnel, I would let not ever send anything out with a request ourselves. I would send them to the city and let them determine, if it's how to release those records. Because there are, land, purchase decisions, there are, personnel issues, legal matters from your attorney. Those are not exempt, but that's for the attorney and the city to decide. So we do not want to release records through the city.
Yeah, if somebody asks for public records, asks for your records, your emails or anything, they need to do it through Trudy as a public record request. So if somebody says, I want to see your emails, don't just give them to them. Have them go through the process to get them so that we have a record that they were asked for and handled. Because there's specific guidelines under state law that it has to be in a certain amount of time. We'd record and keep track of all that so that it would be documented.
Charge for the staff time to compile those records.
Yes, and if it requires us to do any kind of major collection, the wonderful world of digital stuff has created some dilemmas on that. We have not charged for any of the public records requests that we've been getting over the last 3 weeks because they're all digital. And all we have to do is put them into a file and send them to them. And by us getting the equipment and doing the processes we're doing for putting our meetings on YouTube and doing that and buying the stuff that, that was the whole purpose. We bought the TVs and we're doing all this is so we can get stuff, start streaming and start putting stuff on Southland Community Broadcasting and doing some of those things to enhance some of that. One of the positives of that is when they request a public meeting, we just say, hey, here's the link. And we don't have to charge, we can't charge them really for that. If it's on the web page, we say, yeah, here's the link on the web page where the budget is or where this information is, so we're not charging. Or if we go to the computer and they wanted a record, one of them that they've asked for is they want a record of all of our building inspections, our vehicle reports, our mileage and our fuel and all this stuff, which was a lot of information. But because of some of the systems we have now, we pushed a button and we printed out the report.
But there's still Trudy's time and there's
time.
still paper and.
So we may be revisiting that and we may need to come to the council and say, hey, we want to look at the time that's being taken to do some of this and see if we want to ask for put some parameters on how to do that. But typically, if we're sending
I
it,
thought there was a fee at one time.
Oh, there is a fee.
there is a fee if we have to collect stuff. But it's gotten so easy to collect a lot of the stuff that we don't, and it's just a matter of pushing the button, printing it out and sending it. But the time to redact, yeah, we should be charging for the time to redact and going through that process.
I don't think anyone should expect to get records for free. I think that there should be, just my opinion. I mean, if I was requesting them, I would expect to pay something for them.
Most cities give 30 minutes to an hour
Okay,
free. I mean,
okay.
people are-
So that's pretty standard.
People have done public records requests, and we sent a letter saying, we estimate it's gonna take staff 5 hours to get the rate. Most people, when I tell them how much it's gonna cost, I don't want the record.
Like you get a standard per person 1 hour, or is that per record request?
Record request.
I know in some cases, there's like these innocence projects, is where I hear about it, where some counties, and the one in Georgia was the example, but they kind of use these fees for record requests to stymie the process to get information on people. So you do want to be as open as possible, especially if someone's pursuing like a wrongful conviction or something like that. So it's,
Or they're looking for records associated with a building permit or, something that we get those a lot too. They want to know what building permits were issued in the last 20 years for the house they're looking at buying or something. Some of those do take us some time, and we end up saying, hey, this is going to cost $5 or it's going to cost this. But so many of the records now, we do charge 25 cents a page. Yeah, but we're not doing pages anymore. Most people just want an email to them.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
Okay.
so that, that's probably the area that's thrown us off is technology's changed and we've digitized so much of our stuff anyway, and that they don't want a paper copy, and that's where we were actually getting paid for the records. We might need to look at that. But I think Councilor Urban's got a good point that, we want to make it look like we're not hiding records, because we're not. And it's just, sometimes the records are hard to find if they want to go way back and they're asking for stuff that needs to go.
Right.
But redaction time and stuff like that, maybe more. So let's go to social media. The unintentional. Any other comments or questions on unintentional public meetings? The public records retention issues. Let's get the memo on page 2. Already gives us an example of the city of Portland. The city commissioner, he did private Facebook posts about public business leading to complaints. And so what happened was he got some stuff on his Facebook, he had some posts on there, and he deleted them. Nobody requested them, which was a good thing for Portland and for the city commissioner. But it did create an issue that, hey, people saw those and then they were gone. So, if you have social media posts, if it's a Twitter or a TikTok or a Facebook or any of those social medias, and you do anything that's related to city business on there, or maybe even you just use Counselor so-and-so in the post, you've just made it city business. You may have been talking about flying kites or something, but you said Counselor so-and-so, you've made it city business. And those need to be retained. And if you don't retain them, if you delete them, and they aren't anything that we would have had, you may be personally liable for the expenses and the defense. Because if they run on your own personal account, and you've deleted them, you become liable. So please, and if you go to the top of page 3, here is the best advice you can get from our city attorney. City officials can avoid record retention issues altogether by refraining from posting about public business on social media. If there's one sentence that sums it all up, really easy for all of us to follow. And if you do have it on social media and discuss it. We have our own Facebook page, so we've got some official city stuff that we do send out. So if you ever see something appearing or going on that you would like to have some kind of response back from, let us know. And we'll put together an innocuous response or factual information or more full, complete information or a link to where that information could be found, and we'll put it on our Facebook page. Then it's there, and we'll have a copy, and it's a good response. And then hopefully it'll get shared and get around to where it needs to go to. But if you ever have anything that does happen, the best thing, again, get them to the city recorder. We'll hold on to them for the appropriate period of time and maintain that record.
So I just wrote a note that says, Rami, I made some comments yesterday, day before on the Mupti on social media, and I forgot to copy them. So, this is kind of a new era. And I do try to avoid Facebook posts. And I will say for the public, it's frustrating because it seems like we're not responsive, whereas we're also just trying to follow, the public meetings and, other duties as a, elected official. And so it creates this weird situation where they're asking questions on social media, and we really have to be very careful about answering them there. We can, as long as we document them, but also, what if, then, John makes a comment, and then Candy makes a comment, and if a fourth, we now have that serial meeting problem as well. And so we just really need to limit our responses on social media and document whatever we do. And once again, I just wrote a note because I just realized I didn't copy, a couple posts.
Yeah, and she gives us some other advice too, and some further answers that we asked her for. The other opportunity is bring it to the council. Have the whole council vet out an answer and discuss it. I mean, Monday night, I think somebody's going to put something on the agenda after the mayor and I issued the proclamation of the statement. Councilor Savage made a statement as well. That's the way to do it, and to just kind of come straight out and say, here's the issue, here's what happened. We're not going to say who did it or what did it or what really happened, but this is the principles, these are the values that we're going to operate under and how we're addressing this situation, whether it's mental health issues, whether it's filling potholes, whatever is going on. Get the whole council behind the decision, or 4% of the councilors behind, or whatever, in an official action that really creates a message that then we can get out officially that this is the official message from the city. So those would be.
Is there a plan to update our Facebook page on a routine basis? I was talking with some folks yesterday who said, we just don't know. And if we're going to talk about it in meetings every couple of weeks, that's not getting it out quick enough for folks to know. So is there a plan to put that information out there?
We have the capability, the capacity now that we have two of us that now that we're keeping the track of that and helping get more of that information out. One of the things we're going to, and I've talked to the assistant to the city manager already about, is we're going to be putting together a document. We're going to be looking at water, sewer, and stormwater first. We're going to probably do water first, or one of the three utilities, or all of them at the same time, and put together a document that's summarizing everything that's happened, where we're at, why, and then kind of mash that into a web page with pictures and videos and put pieces together. And then we're going to start taking, and when we're out fixing a sewer line, or we're out fixing a water line, we're going to have a picture. Here's our staff out fixing a water line problem they found, or here they're fixing a manhole, or here's what's the trench company that comes and does the lining.
Underground trenching.
Underground trenching, and they're doing a project for us. They're fixing a manhole, or they're fixing the sewer line behind El Tapatio. We'll do two pictures. Here's what they're doing, and a really short snippet on Facebook that says, here they are fixing the sewer line behind El Tapatio. This was a problem we found, that the sewer was decomposing essentially in the ground. They've made it new. For more information, go here. And then it'll take them to the web page where there'll be a complete information and some videos and other information there that when they're reading the little bit that they were sent there for, they'll get more. And it'll be more detailed and less opportunities for derogatory comments or distractions or ads or whatever goes on Facebook or Twitter or all those things that distract from the message. so that we can try to get that message out. So that's what our hope is. It's going to take us a little while to do that, but we're moving in that direction. We're going to show you some things on the webpage today, hopefully too. But in doing that, we want to make sure that we're going to be revamping all that stuff and making it a little easier to get through and get that information out. So great question. If you do have to post on social media, if you just can't resist posting on social media, make sure you're doing it and you're very clear that number one, you are one of 7 and it is only you. That's kind of a Star Trek reference, but you know, you're all by yourself in doing this. Make sure you're also inviting them to come to something where they can learn the full information. And then some of the social pieces, don't personally attack, don't go after them, don't do anything, you know, just kind of, we gotta take the higher road and when we do that and make sure we're following those points. But, you know, the key piece is don't do it and assume that you're gonna get the backing of the council and be very cautious. You know, if you respond and say, hey, you know, that's great that you're questioning how we're spending money on paper clips in the budget. Here's where you go to get the information. Because that'll have much more benefit for others that are watching this interaction than if you said, well, you're being ridiculous. We don't spend that much on paper clips. And you start railing into them about paper clips. You send everybody to the point where the information is. Most of them probably won't go, but some will. And you've put them into the direction. If anybody ever asked for that record, yeah, I sent them to the webpage. Kind of a, you know, that's a great piece of public record to have and retention. So those are just some advices from the city attorney on some of that. It is very difficult and it is a challenge. I mean, in the last 4 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever it's been, it seems like it's been a long time, longer than that. But you know, the first 2 weeks of it, I was personally stressed out about the comments and the things that were going on. And losing sleep and not eating and, you know, it was just irritating. I came to the conclusion, I think a week and a half ago, over the weekend, I just said, you know, this is too short. We're not hiding anything. We're not doing anything. What can we do to get the message we want out and the information so people can find it? And I think going back to the check posting was a great example for me, because when we sat down with people from the bank and we had a lot of people comment that, hey, this isn't right. People know. And if we're responding in the correct way and we're leading people to the information that they really need to have, people see that and they'll start talking and support. And you know, that's what we were getting from the bank people is this was inappropriate. You know, sorry, it doesn't matter where they got the information from. You don't do this in the modern age. And they were completely in support of how we were moving forward with the approach. And we just have to remember that and sometimes think through that in our minds.
So Richard, you know, something that comes to mind, you know, there's a lot of, you know, calls for transparency, and I fully support that. But there's also transparency with the public as well. As an example, if we do comment on that post on Facebook, that now is a public record. So anybody who's made some snide, you know, mean-spirited, hateful, or flat false information, that is now public record as well. And so, and I'm not, you know, trying to discourage the public conversation. I just want everybody to recognize that we all need to base discussions based on fact. We need to not be, you know, encouraging hate speech or, you know, divisive behaviors. And if we are, those things will become public record and will be shown the light of day. And I think that that's a really important message to send as well.
And, you know, I'll get sentimental, or I'll get my senior citizen or close to senior citizen status here. Doing this for 34 years, I've seen cities and communities that have gone one way or the other way of responding to, you know, social media hasn't always been around, which has been a good thing, but other things have been there. And You know, when you get into the realm of negative things and throwing things around like that, it destroys the community. It really does tear the community apart, and we don't want to do that. I mean, other factors may try thinking that they're stimulating thought and they're getting people involved. Yeah, that's great. But let's get them all the information and let's help them. If they're gonna bring up something, let's go back to the check. That's a really great post that, the post basically said above the check, here's the city's check for $100,000 to a nonprofit in Springfield. That wasn't very transparent because, yeah, Community Lending Works is a nonprofit. So, yeah, it was true. But they're Community Lending Works. They are a certified community development financial institution that's approved by the U.S. Department of Treasury, the same as a credit union or a bank. They serve communities up and down the Willamette Valley. They are the only community development financial institution in the region. They've done hundreds and thousands of these loans and grant programs, handling money from counties, from state, from federal, and from cities. You can't get any better than that. And that's the information that we then put out was, hey, Community Lending Works, this is what they do. They're doing this for cities all over the state and all over the region, counties, cities, tribes, everything. That's what they do. And they're focusing only on that. And that was one of the comments we got from one of the bank officials was, yeah, we deal with Community Lending Works all the time. They're great.
Well, and that's a better way of being transparent too, is it takes the city out of play of giving those loans out to people. So you weren't doing them in-house. So you can't say you're playing favoritism to this business and this business. A third party is now the one handling those. And that is, to me, is a better way to handle business anyway.
So we need to, and I think this is the key piece, maybe something that isn't in any of Carrie's stuff, but I think it's really an important piece to talk about how to text or form our message back into some of these accusations. I mean, one of the other accusations is, oh, we're helping our friends. Yeah, we are. We're helping our friends and neighbors. That's what you guys do in everything you do. I mean, the safe routes to schools, you're helping your friends and neighbors. That's what city councilors are supposed to do. And you can't help but help your friends and neighbors. When they use that argument that, yeah, you're doing this to benefit your neighbors. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Isn't it? Isn't that really what you're supposed to be doing as a council? And, don't hammer us for making things better for some people in the community. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. And I mean, of course, some of those friends are going to actually be people that you have exchanged Christmas gifts with, or you go out to dinner with, but some of them are just friends in the community. You want to have friends in the community or neighbors. That's what we're trying to be careful and get that message out. I mean, it's so vital and important that, yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, we are helping our friends. We support all the businesses in this community. That's why we created this loan program. We're changing it up a little bit. Yeah, we're going to give them $15,000 into the H2O program. We're helping our friends and neighbors. Some of those people that'll get assistance for water bills on their personal accounts, maybe your friends. We're not going to know. You as a council are not granting those. But that's what you're doing.
And I think the key piece in all of that is that it needs to be an unbiased process. We may or may not be helping individuals, but nobody's getting a priority in that process. It's being treated in a fair and equal process across the board. And that's really the key piece. And one of the advantages also, like the mayor was saying, is that if we're not involved with it, it does take away that perception. Around the records request, from that agency, the same would be true for the water utility assistance in our agency. We can give demographic information, we can give numbers, we can, say the general location, but we will never give out personal information about recipients of this program. And this is absolutely appropriate and required for my agency from multiple funders that we work with. And absolutely, we would be in violation of many rules. And as I'm sure Community Lending Works would be as well. That is just not records the public deserves or can request. That said, the general information around it, absolutely. But a specific individual, absolutely not. That's just not appropriate.
We don't have the power to give it anyway. It's,
And
Right.
there's a reason for that. I mean, if they could get the information, what are they gonna do with it? It'll be posted full blown on Facebook, and that's not the purpose, and you can't do that. You're not supposed to. Yeah, so on the memo page, we'll keep going on page 3. Here are some specific items. Posting, that if you post or discuss on social media are really troublesome. Posting for a public controversy. Here's where city councilor advocated in Roseburg on Facebook, clarifying their view on homeless camper or something like that. That they gave some view on homelessness, and there wasn't anything coming up on the agenda about it. And it was their own personal view, but they didn't make that clear. And everybody came to the council meeting screaming about the issue and created a public controversy. So be careful. That's why it's important for you to say, this is me, here's how I view on something. Unfair labor practices. If you post or you respond to a post regarding labor negotiations or our employees that are under those, you can create an unfair labor practice that the union could file against the city, and it is not good. So don't do that. Posting about termination or improper termination of employees will say, you think one of our water utility guys is a jerk and you don't want him on our force, and for some reason who knows why, you don't want him on the public. You slam him and think he should be terminated. You've created an unfair termination process for us on that. And it really, maybe he did something wrong. Maybe he's in the paper because he stole gas from the gas station or something and you want him terminated. Well, we've got a process under bargaining and under employment law that if you reply or post anything to that, you just created a challenge for us. So please don't do that.
And Richard, our charter and our council rules also prohibit us from.
You also subject yourself to censure from the city council as well, because specifically in our charter, you don't have any jurisdiction over other employees other than me and the judge. So be cautious on those. Prohibited promotion of private interests. Don't promote something you're doing that's something for your gain, or some other business or something that you're going to be benefited from, and use your name as counselor so-and-so. I mean, don't do that. I mean, that creates a real issue, and it can be a challenge. Or post dealing with contracts that we may be awarding. If you post about, Wildish messed up on that one curb. Well, they didn't, folks. We're still investigating that. But if you post that in the future when they're bidding on something else and they didn't mess up, you've just subjected us to some lawsuits or challenges as a result of that.
And yourself.
Yeah, and yourself. So, be cautious. Political commentary. Public employees can't post on political stuff. You guys can. But if you're going to, you please make sure you're clarifying again that it's you as yourself. It's not the council.
Well, unless, Richard, the council as a whole passed a resolution or something. I mean, if the body took action, you certainly can report on that as the council did this. But other than that, you have to maintain your own personal opinion. You can't say, we believe, or that, any sorts of direction that you're indicating where the council's at. You have to base it on your own input.
When you're talking about private interests, does that specifically mean interested to you as an individual? I mean, I could see myself posting, I had a great dinner, this is a great business, go support them.
Yeah, I mean, if you did that and you signed it, Counselor Stennett, there's a problem.
Right.
But if you went to Buster's and you take a picture of your meal and you say, I just had this great meal at Buster's, and you put it on social media as John Stennett or John, or something that makes sure that people don't fully recognize and connect as a counselor.
So using your personal account doesn't
separate it out.
Well,
is there boilerplate language that we could use to say this is, do we need to go that far?
I mean,
As long as you don't say counselor.
yeah, the big key is don't say counselor. That's probably the best advice.
So Richard,
The other difficult one is, even if you just put John Stennett, there are a huge population of the city that know you're a counselor. And it's the same advice I give the police chief, myself, our department heads. Hey, if you go on and post something as Scott Shepherd, pretty much everybody in town knows your police chief. It gets really difficult to separate that out. And there are challenges out there. There was one I just saw come across the desk this last week from California, where a counselor posted on his personal page as himself without saying counselor or anything. And they ended up paying $400,000 because he wouldn't provide the information.
No, and I do want to say that, John, the problem too, though, is if, like I saw a post from your page that said Counselor Stinnett. The problem is now that you're posting from something that says that, it also could give the implication. And in fact, it's funny because I think this is where I know I've certainly been beaten up over the past about not responding. Well, the problem is the public rules are so ridiculously tight that they actually impede, good conversation because of that perception.
Yeah, definitely. We have to be more careful than anyone who's going to post anything else.
Right.
If
The vacuum of that information is not filled with the assumption of goodwill on our part. It's filled with all kinds of negativity, connecting the dots that may not connect in reality. I mean, and I don't use anything counselor to respond to anything. I mean, I'm not going to come on and engage. Like I've told my friends, like, keep me out of that. Like they'll blast me and I'll be like, no, I don't.
Yeah. Thinking about the post of you went out to dinner and you took a picture of the plate of Buster's. Think about how you could post that where you may not be showing favorites. Maybe you say, hey, I went out downtown for dinner tonight and I had this wonderful meal. Shop local, come downtown. Is that an offensive one? Is that something that's going to get you in trouble and benefiting one business over another? No, but is it helping everybody? So you got to kind of think outside how to use this in your new role and filling the gaps and connecting the dots. How can we connect those dots? And that's something we'll talk about later too, is what information do you need and how can you get it to us or how can we get that out to people that helps connect those dots in the channels that are more able to do that in a fashion that's fair, open, and visible. So that's what we want to try to get to. And I think you're exactly right. I mean, the more, and one of the challenges is the laws have not caught up with technology either. But the courts are trying, and the courts are all over the board. And so, our attorneys, they're not here, bless them, they're telling you, clear over here is the safest way. It's not always the way that is the best because we got stuff we want to get out. So we have to figure out how can we stay safe, but get the information out.
Oh, your next turn.
Yeah.
So, like, even to pose this question, I'm concerned that it violates this rule. Say somebody has a side business where they make things and they sell them, for a separate community, like a enthusiast community. And they posted what they sell on a personal thing that's like geared towards that audience, but it's a personal and it's pre-existed any council position. Is that now a violation?
No.
I don't think so. And I think because you have the history, you have the documentation. I mean, my first mayor told me way back, he said, when I started running for mayor, a previous mayor came and told me, if you're running for mayor and you're getting on the city council to do this, you're going to lose business. Expect it to impact your business. And he was an appliance repairman, the only one in town. And he was an appliance repairman. And he said, yeah, there were some people who didn't. Most people didn't know he was mayor when he came into their house to fix their washing machine. But he still was advertised as, here I am, this is my job, and he still had his sign, and with social media now, I think as you continue that same premise, if you're on your appliance repairman webpage, and here's the repairs we're making and doing this, and you don't get into any of the other public issues and don't cloud that, then you're perfectly fine, and because you're promoting your business. I mean, we don't pay you enough to do this. You have to have your own jobs, and I would be hard pressed to see any kind of issue successfully challenge a city councilor that doesn't get paid trying to promote their own business. As long as they're not promoting their business, come to our appliance repair shop from honest Councilor Irvin, and you're not using that position to help it. You got to keep those separate and really clear.
But you were saying that even using your name, like indicating who is.
But you've used it in the past. And see, that's probably the key, is you use.
So don't start new
that
businesses.
position of using it.
Right. I'm going to disagree on that one, Richard. I think that I could turn around and start making widgets tomorrow and promote it. The key is to not use your position to benefit yourself, and to go way out of your way to make it clear that you're not using that position in your advocacy. Because yes, I think you could start up a business tomorrow and advocate for it. You just have to be careful to disclose any conflicts. And that's something to think about. We're in a small town. All of us are going to have some conflict somewhere, in some decisions that we make. The key is that transparency, is to disclose it, and once again, not use our position to try to influence others, in whatever the purchase or decisions, or, it's just that high ethical bar that says we're not going to use what we do here, outside of this realm.
It's not a.
Yeah, and I was talking about existing business, but you're right. If you start a new one, Councilor Roberts, we use him as an example. He's doing a book of pictures that he's taken.
Yeah.
And we saw that post, and you go, don't use that. Because he had put, hey, coming out soon from Councilor Roberts. And we go, no, you can't use the councilor part. It needs to be Kenneth Michael Roberts. And so he changed that. And, you got to think of those things. So be aware that there is a separate piece there. People will know that, hey, that's so-and-so, but you're keeping it completely separate. If somebody goes onto your page and starts talking city business, you need to then move them off. You need to say, hey, this is my business page. If you want to talk to me about council stuff, you need to do it over here, or city stuff. So you create that line, make sure that line stays distinct.
And for my agency, so much of what we do is in the same realm as public policy. And so I think sometimes I will often say, with my role as city councilor, or with my job as executive director, and try to make it very clear that, I'm not, and I often will say, I am just one of seven. That's something I often say, is so that people really understand I am not, we as individuals have no authority. It's only our collective, a quorum and a majority of vote that has any authority at all. So that's just really the key piece to always remember. And just disclose. Once again, we're going back to transparency. If it's even questionable. I had a nephew involved in one decision, so I asked city staff. Now, it wasn't a conflict of interest, but I still want to make sure that is out there, and I will disclose it if it needs to be, and just be very careful and open about our connections, because we are going to have them. In fact, under the state rules, if we all have a conflict on a certain matter, normally we would disclose it and not vote. But if their body could not act because everybody has a conflict, you then now, under the state rules, and this is pretty rare occasion, but you could disclose and vote even if you have that conflict, because the city business has to happen.
Richard, I'm sorry, Chelsea.
Oh, no, that's okay. I just had a thought, and I'm really glad that you brought this up, because I hadn't made the connection. So I own my own Snap Savage photography business, and with Art Walk potentially coming up, people are starting to ask, are you going to be at Art Walk? Well, I don't know the answer to that yet, but historically, over the last few seasons, I would make a post, say, hey, come see me. I've got some inventory from an Alaska trip, or I've got some inventory from whatever, and can't wait to see you at whatever business I'm being featured at. Now I'm like, I don't know if I want to post that. I think I just want to show up. I don't know what to do.
You can do it. I mean, but make sure it's strictly, this is Snap Savage.
Yes.
And, it doesn't have anything to do with the city. It is your business. Don't
Yes.
put Counselor Savage takes these pictures, and use your role as a counselor. I mean, you've got to, they're separate entities and keep them as separate as you can.
Thank you.
I believe before you were asking about like sort of one of you that's about what sort of text you could put on there to say, to make it clear. I used to use, I had a little snippet of like, I'm speaking only for myself. I do not have the power to speak for the city of Cottage Grove or any other entity. And so if you're talking about something that you're worried, maybe it isn't a city business, but you're worried someone will take it as such, it can be useful to in parentheses right at the end of the post, throw that in there. Just saying, I'm only speaking for myself, not for the city or any other entity. And then if anyone does complain and it goes before, the ethics commission or whatever, they're gonna look at that and say, well, he said right here, or she said right here that they weren't speaking for somebody else. So, that will protect you to a certain amount. Of course, in the realm of law, nothing protects you perfectly, but
It at least protects you from the ethics violation.
yeah.
Because if you'll notice the next to the last paragraph, the defense of official versus personal speech. In the middle, it says, however, the public body will not defend personal speech. So if you've identified that, hey, this is me speaking on myself, and a challenge arises, someone filed a lawsuit or something, CIS, our city insurance, and the city council will not defend you. You're on your own. If you said you were on your own, you're on your own. If you said you weren't on your own and you weren't supposed to be, they won't either. Be aware of that. And that's, I think she repeats it again in the memo. I think she says it several times in here. The last sentence on that, refrain from posting about city business is the best way to avoid such liability altogether. And, she'll say that several times through this memo. Just get that to go through and sink in.
Richard. My concern is for Cottage Grove as far as I've been on several boards over the years, and if you've been on any of these, you tend to see that it's the same people volunteering over and over. And I am afraid with these personal attacks and criticisms that are unjust, that we're going to have a hard time getting people to run for city volunteer positions in the future because of the character assassinations, and especially when they own businesses in town. And, it's, and I don't know what to do about that, because it's frustrating to me, because I think as counselors, we should be encouraging people to run for city council, even if it's against ourselves.
Right.
And because for me, it's about getting good quality people that want to take these positions and represent in their hearts in the right place. And do you have any suggestions on that and how we handle that? Because that's my only thing is, I actually hate to see someone run unopposed. And I would love in the future that there's always, and good debate is one thing, but personal attacks, completely different issue. And how can we, as counselors and city staff and volunteers, and how can we band together to somehow help remedy that situation?
So, and I'm sorry, Richard, that actually is a great point. I wish Carrie were here today, because I would love to have some insight into, from our, or more importantly, the public's position, when does free speech stop and defamation of, character or slander, because if there are is it in the document here?
This is my private one.
Okay, so, because there is a line, where free speech stops. If you're saying something that's completely false and it damages somebody, it seems to me that you are creating some personal liability. And I say that for us as much as for the public, but some of the information I've seen from the public recently is not factual. And it seems to me that there's some liability that comes along with that.
There is. But as when you get into a public office and the standard is tougher, I mean, it is higher. But there is a provision. I mean, you can go and there can be defamation, there can be slander, there can be challenges there, but it is a higher definition. And I think what Councilor Soulsby is bringing up is how do we get the response and help encourage and move the conversation in the direction that it really should go. I mean, and I think the great examples, and I've used it before in other councils and stuff where, you've got councilors that are just, they come to the meeting and they're at each other, they're opposed, they always disagree. They have different views of what the community can be. And when the discussion's over and the vote's taken, they're fine. They're friends. And I think modeling that behavior amongst yourselves gets to a lot of that message. And we've got some other discussion that we want to talk about, some of the things that are going on in council meetings that we see, and we're going to do some work as staff as well, that, with the change to this new virtual world and stuff, we just let some of our old processes fall down, and we want to go back and talk about them and straighten those back up so we can model proper behavior. And I think, and that's, it sounds elementary, basic, but I think it has a really strong support to it that, hey, if we model the proper behavior, then we're going to get people that way. The other thing I think is we have to support those that are volunteering. We have to step up and say, and take it in a different realm. I mean, go back to our mental health issue. We heard some comments and we said, hey, no, this isn't right. Let's make a statement. This isn't right. This is where we're going. And we don't need to bring out here's where and why, and this is what's going on or what's happened. We're just saying this is where we're going and this is how we'd like to focus our attention. And if we keep doing that, then we're making that message and we're helping support the people that need the support when they're getting the challenge. And I think that's the key. Is it going to go away? I mean, I don't know how many of you read the Team of Rivals, the book from Doris Goodwin on Abraham Lincoln and his cabinet. What an idiot Abraham Lincoln was. He appoints a cabinet of enemies and people that were his political rivals, and he puts them on his cabinet with him. And some of them still, even on the cabinet, could not get along, but he used that as a way to get modeled behavior and to help at the most treacherous time possible to help bring things together and to get people supporting the agenda or the movement or finding the better angels is how he put it. That's how you do that. And stick on the issues. I think that's the biggest piece. Find as we look at, I think the example we did with the check, let's not attack the person who posted it and didn't give us all the information. Let's kind of thank them and say, hey, yeah, great, thanks for bringing that up. Here's all the information that you left out. We don't say that you left out part, but here's the rest of the information. So everybody gets to see all of it. Thanks for bringing this up. Here's the information that you need to know about this. And it gives us a chance to talk about why we pick somebody else to do it and avoids bias and how we're helping the community. Let's turn that message and make that way. And I think that helps. Is it going to end it? No. I mean, you're in the wonderful world of politics. And it's exhausting and it's tiring and it can have some impact. But I think the other piece is, and probably this is the last piece of modeling and controlling the message and getting the right information out and protecting the person. But the last one is, show it demonstrate it by your actions. And if you want certain actions, you need to be able to show and say, hey, these are the fruits of my labors. All the years that I've been doing stuff in the community, look at what I've done. And you're going to have a lot of support out there from the people that say, hey, over the 20 years I've known this person, they've done this, this, and this in the community. Look at the fruits that they produced. Look at what they've done for other people. Look how they've helped other people. That's going to say a lot more than anything you say up here at the dais.
And I do get that and understand that. And on the other side of that is, it's like, welcome to the great world of politics, but this is small town politics, and it feels different to me. I mean, because we're not in a big city, and like you said, we're neighbors and friends, and we should be looking out for each other. And so this just really bothers me. And somebody that opened a business here in town years ago and struggled and got such a backlash from the citizens because of things that they would say out in public, and you guys can probably figure out who I'm talking about, and if you think about it, and thought they were going to be a huge success and just crumbled. And she said to me, she said, I don't understand. She said, it's business, it's not personal. And I said, well, here's the thing, in a small town, it is personal. And that's the difference here. And so I guess if it starts with us, hopefully it'll change.
Like, this is so contrary to any way I've ever lived my life of not addressing things head on. So I'm wondering why we're not being specific. Like, how else do you deal with something unless you're specific about it?
I have that too, because I feel like when you're always taking the high road, when it happens over and over, at what point do we say enough? That's my question.
I think the other point too is that we can model good behavior all we want, but if people don't see it, I mean, a lot of people,
We're quiet.
the act of being visible now in this community and elsewhere is Facebook, and that's people's, that's what passes for their connection to their community these days. And to basically say that we can't, we're going to shy away from that. That's where people are. We've decided to go through different channels that obviously aren't quite as effective, immediate. There's a real challenge there, and I mean, how do we do, especially in a lockdown? Right. We're not getting together. I mean, if any number of the folks on Facebook that like to detract from what's going on, I would think we could get into a room and get a lot done, but it's not happening. And how else do we do it is the question. And it's pretty daunting and pretty sad, actually.
So I guess for as I'm thinking about my note I just wrote about copying that, it would have been much better if we had Richard or our assistant city manager post the information about the MUPTI than for me, because they don't have the same expectations on them that we have as elected officials. So they can present factual information to the public at any time. And so I think that really is kind of the key, is how do we have a conduit, Richard, where if the counselor wants some information around, or different information, how can we create, a process of making sure that information is getting to the public while still maintaining our ethics under the state rules? I mean, that really is the big question.
And I kind of touched on it earlier too, and we're going to be enhancing our Facebook page, doing more on it, and linking that to our webpage where we have the full information, more decorative stuff, maybe, pictures and details that would be there. So I think that's what you're kind of asking for, and yeah, that's what we'd like to do. And I think that's really good advice, that if you see something and you really want to post to it, and let us know, and we'll do it. And we'll put it out on the official channel. And then we've got people who will share that throughout the community, and it'll get out to some of the other posts as well. So.
And I'd like to really address Councilor Urban's comment. I kind of learned long ago not to roll in the mud with the trolls. And I hate to say that, as blatantly and as abrupt as it is, but there are folks in town that are unhappy or just clearly want to stir the pot. And I do think that the public needs the facts. And so often I've adopted I will present the facts one time and then, let the conversation go wherever it's going to go. Because I think the problem is that once you start getting into the tit for tat, once again, we've got our violations of state rules, but you also look as stupid as they do. And I just have to say, and I hope this is something we're going to talk about as well, as kind of expectations for us as counselors. We have council rules. We are going to talk about procedures, which, I will agree in the virtual world. There are many times if we were in this chamber, I would have called point of order to things that were going on, but because it was virtual, I even lost track of, no, that's not okay. So I do really encourage us to talk about, meeting process, but I do think there's also something to be said for us and our interactions. And I actually was thinking back, I've done lots of leadership, classes. I've trained for Ford family back when they were still doing their classes. And I'm actually thinking some future session about, consensus building and active listening and, those sorts of things, I think would be of value to us because it is really easy in the heat of passion, to become personal, where we really need to detach that. We need to talk about issues. I always use Jake as a great example. He and I have had some fierce disagreements in this chamber, and yet, whether he prevailed or I prevailed, once that vote is gone, the issue's done. I don't bring it up again, or Jake doesn't bring it up again. We maintain a good personal relationship, regardless of whether we agree or disagree. And that's the thing I really want to encourage in this chamber. One, I want to encourage people to disagree and feel comfortable disagreeing. I remember years ago, another counselor reached out to me and, it was clear the majority supported something and they did not. And I said, well, gosh, all you need to do is present, your reasoning for this and how you disagree with the body, vote and let it go. And that's really what I want to encourage, not some group that all agrees, but some group that can present what they believe passionately even, but in a respectful way where we don't, make any sort of personal assessments, where we present just the basis of facts. And once again, once that vote's over, move on. And I'll use the streeteries as an example for me. I definitely do not support that. But at the same time, the council did. And I've said, yesterday, I'm just really impressed with what city staff has done to address my concerns around safety. Those the streeteries that they're designing are huge. They're solid. And so I guess that's where I just kind of come back to, we need to also encourage, that sort of relationship where, we may not be best friends. We may even disagree on the majority of things. And I'm not suggesting that that's the case. But at the end of the day, we need to have a good working relationship here. And I think that that's really critical, as with staff. I have disagreed with staff over the years. I will never, ever, say something in public that's, derogatory towards staff. These are talented people who I'm just very impressed with. Even if I may disagree on one matter, that working relationship is critical because once you start getting into that realm where personalities are in conflict, you lose across the board. And I would really want to have all efforts towards that sort of relationship. And I would love to have it with the public, although we all know there's, only so much we can do in that realm.
Well, and that's it. The hardest thing for me as a new counselor when I came on was, I think the biggest one that I had a hard time with was Village Green when they wanted to do the loan. And I think Mike was the only one on council at that time with me. And I had business people in the community calling me saying, you need to support this. You need to support this. And in my heart, I couldn't support it. I just did not think it was a good idea. And so I knew I was going to be a lone opposite on it. And I was really dreading it because I thought everybody was going to hate me for voting against it. But I couldn't do it. And then I voted against it. And then after the meeting, Mike comes up and he starts talking to me and it's like, oh, you don't hate me because I voted against it. And so it was a good eye opener for me to know I could make that decision and go with it and not be held, you're such a jerk for voting against that. You know, it didn't happen. So I was really relieved. And then it made voting easier for me to, you know, to make that stand because I wasn't going to be chastised afterwards or anything. So that was a good one.
Well, and I can say we have never discussed how we were going to vote before we voted.
Right.
Ever. And so I just, you know, and I know people think there's backroom deals and stuff, but we don't even talk to each other. You know, I mean, we run into each other because there's none of that. And so, you know, I guess to see that put out there to the public is upsetting. And that's why, like, it's like in you to want to correct that, you know? And also the other thing is I hate to see other counselors demeaned on Facebook. I want to go to their defense and say, that's just not true. And I know if they were pumping me up and putting down my other counselors, I would want to say that's not true. And so, you know, I just, even if it was beneficial to my public persona, it's like, I just, you know, I think there's a point where it's like, you know, we're all volunteers, we're all making our own decisions. And I love that we can vote against what the other person might vote for. But that's your conscience. That's what you're voting for. And like you said, Jeff, people can come and talk to you about it. But in the end, it's like you're trying to do what's right for the community no matter what. And that's why they elected you, is that you're going to weigh all the facts and do the right thing.
It is really sad that our society has gotten that if you're not on Facebook, then you're not being represented, I guess, or because it's like
It is.
in the campaign, somebody posted about me that they never see me, so I must be an urban legend.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm at all the concerts in the park. I'm at the symphony. I'm at business after hours. I'm at ribbon cuttings. I'm on the radio. And really, you know, that because I'm not on Facebook 24/7, I'm an urban legend. And that just, I heard this years ago, and I just didn't think it would go there. But as before Roberts was on council, he posted Memorial Day. And so, because there wasn't very good attendance, and said, you know, there should be more attendance, and people went crazy. One of the counselors came up to me and said, some people didn't know about this. And I said, it was on the radio, it was in the Sentinel, it was on the reader board. Well, some people only get their information for social media. Really? I don't know what to tell you. If that's what you're doing, is looking at a computer every day to get your information, you need to go outside sometime. Sunlight's good for you.
I agree.
This is really good. I don't want to interrupt it in the discussion, but you know, I'll throw in, we've had some interesting councils here in the past, and before any of you were on the council, we had an issue come up before the city council, and one of the councilors had their position, and then the other 6 had a completely different position. And it kind of goes both directions. And one councilor voted, wanted to do something, and all the others didn't want to do it. And the other councilors didn't recognize that this was a value issue for her. This was something that was really tied to her fundamental values and principles. And when they all shot it down, and it was their values as well, so it was really a tough issue. That this wasn't about spending money somewhere or doing something silly, simple that we normally do. This was something that really tied to some emotional values for the two parties. They all shot it down. She shut up. She never talked for the rest of her term while she was on the council. She'd come to council meetings, she'd sit there, she'd vote, and that was it, and she'd leave. And that was sad to see that somebody shut down so completely. I don't think we have that here with this group. You know, you all come from different parts of the community, different roles, different history, and that's what makes city councils. And that's why a lot of us, or all of us, are in local government. We're not in state, we're not in federal stuff, because this is where we get to interact with people that are really part of the community and really representing that, and that's what makes it so exciting. So please remember that as you're dealing. And I think the mayor's example was a great example. Yeah. Voted no, and went on. One of the other complaints we get often is, yeah, city staff brings you stuff and you guys rubber stamp it. And, I think, I kind of look at that as a big positive thing because, I'll say this and hopefully don't take offense to this. We look at you, I look at you like my children. I know you guys and we work with you so regularly in council meetings. We get to know your background and your history and your philosophy and where you'll be on positions. That we do a lot of work in the background when we bring stuff to you. You still surprise us, which is fine. Occasionally you throw us a monkey wrench and say, oh, hey, but this, oh, yeah, we should have thought of that. That's interesting. So we add that to your character traits and we say, okay, we need to remember this from now on.
I want to see this profile.
So we have these things.
I'd like to make a public records request.
I think that's why we have such a great staff is we start piecing those pieces together and we see how to get things to you that you want. And, a good issue is that we've talked about over and over again occasionally, and we don't know how to bring it. And I don't know if there is a way to bring it, backyard burning. And, we've got different views on the council right now on backyard burning. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? How do we control that? So we've left that alone. I mean, Jake was president of the league, and when I worked for the league in Arizona many years ago, there were some issues that we never talked about with cities about. I mean, we didn't talk about water rights with cities in Arizona because that was death if you did that. And the same thing here in Oregon if you talked about certain things. And so there's certain things that we just kind of let you guys work out and we'll figure it out. But So when you hear those complaints that you're just doing what we bring to you or we're controlling you, no, you're not. You've got a staff that's almost artistic in their ability to figure out, okay, what about this angle? How do we get this information? Do we need anything else to present to you so that you can make the decisions and do it? So I really like this conversation, and it's something that we need to do, and we just haven't been able to do it. And that's, I think, one of the challenges that's affecting everyone right now with this pandemic is they're not getting this opportunity to meet together face to face. We're looking at people on a computer screen, they're not real. And being able to meet and talk and bring those issues together.
And Richard does read minds because yesterday between talking with him earlier and I had a agenda session planning for the Lane Act we were talking about streets, and so repaving the streets, and that's what the community wants is a street paved. And if we just went and did that, an overlay, it would be this much money. But to do it, if we had to do that, we'd have to do sidewalks, ADA compliance, all that kind of stuff. So it's not going to be 200,000, it's going to be 500. So I called him, I said, could we have those numbers that we could give to everybody so you could tell constituents, if we wanted to do 16th between Main and Harvey, the way you would like it would be this much, but the way we have to do it is this much, and we don't have that much money. He's like, already working on it.
We're going to talk about that. Dave's going to take over in a little while and talk about that. But and it's an argument we're having with ODOT right now.
Yeah.
Because and most of you don't know, the mayor and engineering staff have been working with ODOT. We're trying to get that crossing at Gear fixed with a rapid flash beacon so that make it a little safer for the pedestrians there until ODOT fixes the road properly. But we're stuck on a point where ODOT they're going to do that for us, and they've approved us to put in a temporary one that then we'll take out and use somewhere else, a solar powered one. But they're getting ready to do the work to put in a more permanent one with wired in connections and everything. But in order to do that, they want us to take responsibility for maintenance and upkeep of all of the sidewalks, storm drains, and other things attached to the highway there. Our argument back is, no, that's your highway. It's not our highway. That's your responsibility. And, it's probably one of the other reasons why we haven't seen huge improvements on Highway 99 through town because, they want to come in and pave it, but if they do all that expensive work, they're going to have to fix the ADA stuff all along it too. And their argument back to us is, oh, well, Florence did it, and Albany did it. Well, we contacted them, but they did, Florence did it for one, where it was specific because they really wanted it to look nice on this one section, but the other section, they said, no way, we're not taking the liability or the maintenance for the sidewalks on here, because then we'd be subject to all those ADA requirements. So kind of, we're seeing that stuff happen. There were a couple other questions.
Good. I mean, we're all having a good conversation here. I haven't heard anything from you, Mr. Roberts. I'd love to hear your thoughts and opinions on all this.
About what? What did,
Like all this stuff that we're talking about. I pretty much, all of us have said something, but I'm sitting here going like, what's Mr. Roberts thinking?
I don't know where to say or start at this time.
So any other questions on this panel? There's more stuff. There were a couple other questions that people had asked us, and so I presented those to our legal counsel to go over. Someone asked about, and I won't pull out who, later on I will, because we had a question specific that Councilor Savage asked, and now, if that's okay, we'll present that to everybody. But one of the questions was, what happens? I mean, if we have a public records request, and right now in the world we're in, we are, you're sitting at your home computer at home, or you're using your iPad, or you're on your home computer with being a part of the meeting. Does that create a public record, or does that create an opportunity for somebody to say, I want to see what's on your computer because you access the public meeting? No. Just because you go online and go to the GoToMeeting or the Zoom on your own personal computer, that does not provide an opportunity for somebody to come and look at your computer and access it. The only time they can be able to do something is if they're, like we were talking about, phone calls or texts or anything else going on, notes being taken. If you are on your computer and you're on the spare bedroom interacting with the meeting, and they see you typing or looking at something else, yeah, then they can create a question. What's going on? What are you doing there? What are you accessing? The other day, I think for Friday morning's meeting, somebody was on the council, was on the meeting, and they held up their phone and they did something on their phone in front of their camera on their computer. Don't do that, please. Because you've created something where somebody's going to say, hey, what were they doing on their phone? You got to think about these. I mean, it's a different realm, it's a different world, and it's hard to think about that, but please think about that. So just being on the computer doesn't create it. Now, if they make a challenge and they say, hey, they were on their computer, I saw them typing something, and I want to see what they were doing. Or they say, I know they posted something, they had to. This was a controversial issue, and they sent an email out, or they did something, and I want to see it. They can't see it. The process is they would have to convince a judge to authorize someone, and the court would come in, and she calls it's for by camera or something like that, where they come in and they designate a forensic person to come in and look. The public doesn't get to see what's on your computer. They may not even take your computer. The forensic person may come to you, access it, and just say, no, nothing's there, or hey, here's the file that's been deleted, and pull it up. But they won't confiscate it unless there's drastically something going on. So don't be afraid of that happening. They don't get full right to look at everything. They'll only get the right to, and the circuit judge won't base that just on accusations. They've got to have some evidence. They've got to have some background that says, hey, I do know this happened. Look, I have a thread where they said, but I don't have all of it. Then you're in a tough spot. So, that's why if anything does happen, it's really good to have those saved someplace with the city recorder, so that then we can say, yeah, here's what we have. But just because they're making the accusation, they can't get access to your computer.
Yeah,
There is a process.
I'd just like to add that when Richard mentioned that when I was at the county, there was an item that was, public meetings law. And, things link together. You don't realize it, they're linking behind. So you send an email to somebody, somebody sends an email to somebody else, but what ends up happening when the public does these FOIA requests, they get information. And so take, for instance, there was a computer used by a private individual that was documented because emails went so many different places, they were able to see that computer was used. Therefore, that was enough justification for an investigation of that computer that, they claim that there was no use of it or anything. So generally it takes proof to get there. And just be mindful that if you are doing something and don't want to get caught, sometimes it's easy in today's world because you don't realize all the links that are taking place behind the scenes and how things get to people.
Well, I will say even before the COVID era, I mean, quite often we'll have dates, that we're setting up work sessions or those sorts of things. And that's the one time I always pull out my phone because this is my calendar on my phone is my lifeblood. And I'm happy to show anybody my phone. I guess that's the other part of it is, there's nothing on my phone I'm concerned about a forensic person looking at. And so I am totally comfortable pulling my phone out and putting my meeting dates in because if I don't, I will miss them. But I also recognize that is a possibility and people are welcome to do that. Personal computers, funny, I was thinking there was nothing on it that I would worry about, but then I started thinking, oh wait, I did TurboTax. I did my taxes last year. So I still am not worried about a forensic person looking at that, but I certainly don't want the general public getting sensitive information. So, not that I
See, they wouldn't get.
have anything sensitive per se, but.
And so if you use your computer for work too, you're not going to lose it as a result of that. And anything from that forensic person is just looking for a specific thing and that's it. And anything else will not be open for public vision.
I kind of juggle devices too, because I usually have the agenda somewhere, one of these. And this thing, works as often as it doesn't. So it's another, I'll pull it up to use it and crap, I can't use it this time. So I'll have to come back here. There's a lot of, look at it now, I'm spread all over the place. We're not doing anything, so.
Exactly, and that's probably, anybody's gonna look at it and say, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if you're on their computer, I know Jake had 3 screens set up. You have the agenda on one and people on the other, and I have 2 screens.
It's nice just to be able to search something too.
Yeah, and you got the agenda and, somebody's talking about this, I send the code, I'll go to the code. So that's perfectly fine, just, and we can explain that. And say, yeah, I was looking at the code. It's on the screen and it's on the computer. So, just make sure we're avoiding the other stuff that we don't want to have. That's the key. Everything else we can explain.
Well, and when text we're just being used more. We had a former counselor in here and their spouse was in the audience and I was sitting across from them and I see that person pick up their phone and look at the message and then look out at their spouse and nod. So that they sent him a text up there. And and Jake and I were at a meeting one time where that happened. I think it was Albany or Salem. That 2 counselors somebody was at the given testimony and 2 counselors texted each other. One said, "This guy's an idiot." And he says, "I want to see that phone. He just got a message. I want to see it." Well, then it got put out that they said this guy's an idiot, and so be careful.
That's a really silly question. I've never requested records. What is provided? What the person who wants to request the records, is there any skin in the game for them? I know that there's a monetary value to some records, but do they have to live within city limits? Do they have to provide an ID? How do we know that they are who they say they are? If they came into the building,
No.
they'd be showing an ID. If they send an email, how do you know?
We don't. We can't
Okay.
ask.
There's no.
We have businesses that ask. When they'll ask for records on building permits or wires or electrical permits or utilities. They'll ask about liens or anything. All kinds of stuff. And we can't say we can't investigate and say, is this a real person? Is this, that's just not there. Trudy, do you have anything else to?
I think I read you can request anonymously too, right? Public records. I thought I read.
To some extent, request anonymously, but you have to have some way to get it.
Yeah.
And so, if they're requesting it anonymously, we have to be able to get it to them somehow, whether it's through email or them picking it up or mailing it. So there has to be some way to get it to them. That's the key. We don't and we'll just plain put it out here. We've got somebody who's requested a bunch of records that they don't exist. They're digitally, they have an email and there's nothing anywhere connected to it. And when we ask, hey, we've got a question here, or do you want to come pick this up? No, you have to email it to me. There's no contact with this person at all. So we question whether the person's a real person, but that's irrelevant. We can't verify any of that stuff, and we don't have the right to.
So there are rules against phishing exhibitions too, though. You can't just say, I want every document from the city for the last 20 years. I mean, there are rules against that. I'm not suggesting that we don't give them anyway for transparency, but you do have to have specific areas, and I don't know the legal parameters, but do need to have, specificity.
One of the biggest hangups is the information has to be a record. They can't ask for us to
create a record, right?
Create a record and ask for that. So it has to be something that is actually something that exists. And that's probably the biggest thing that we reject people on, is that we don't have a record on this. You're asking us to do some analysis and pull stuff together to make a record. We're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the biggest rule that is out there.
The other question I have is, if I go out and I buy the movie Aladdin, I own the movie. That is my movie. But there's a disclaimer at the front of it that says you cannot show this in a place that's public. So I can't hold an event and have everybody over and everybody watch it unless it's a private event. But if it goes public, then I'm held to some liability. Is there some sort of disclaimer with public records, or is that free?
They're public. I mean, that's the thing.
Okay.
We got a vault downstairs with stuff from 1887 in it. So, they're public records, and I hope they're 1887. We're almost there. We've got the first ordinance still, but, they're public records and there's no copyright. Now, we have some things that are exempt. Our letter from the attorney, no, they can't get that. And, they can't get the labor negotiation records. They can't. There are things that are exempt from disclosure. There are things that we redact, and there are more things we'll be redacting now. So, it's just, we have to follow those parameters. But yeah, with our stuff. And because it's wonderful, we'll give you the positive side. It's wonderful that city records are not copyrighted. Mm-hmm. So when we see something that Albany did that we really like, hey, we can change it and put our name on it, and it's ours. And they do the same thing. That's one of the wonderful things too. So it goes both ways. Any other comments on that? There was another question that Councilor Savage asked on Monday when we did the tour and stuff. She has a unique situation. She's employed by a local developer, and the local developer has lunches every 2 to 3 times a month or something like that, or a week.
Yeah, often, it's sporadic.
And there's architects, there's other developers, there's real estate people at this meeting, and her role as an assistant to Lynn is at these lunches. And the lunches are paid for by Lynn, or by one of the architects, or by one of the other developers. And they cover everybody that's there. And under the gifts provision of our ethics rules that the state has, you are allowed $50 a year per person that may have a legislative interest with the city. Lynn has a legislative interest with the city. Some of the other architects and developers as well have a legislative interest in the city. So what do?
You fill out your SEI form and disclose it.
You can, and you keep track of how much your lunch was, and just subtract that from the $50 all throughout the year, and then say the next week somebody else pays for it, so you're gonna have a running tally of all of the different people and all those amounts. City attorney says, yeah, you can do that. That's what the law says you should.
You can also pay for your own meal.
But she says, the simpler thing to do, pay for your own lunch. Then you don't have to keep track of that. Then it's clear, hey, because of my role now, you know, you can surprise me with a lunch once in a while, but it never for the whole year cannot be more than $50. But you need to keep track of that.
So Richard, the problem though is land use in Oregon is very complicated, and now Chalice has ex parte contact if it's a current proposal before the city. And so properly documenting that can be a challenge. You know, documenting every comment that was said, that's why we're cautioned to try to avoid ex parte contact, is because if we have contact outside of the process, we have to be able to disclose every piece of what was said to us, every piece of information we've seen, so that the record shows that, you know, we're an open, transparent process. And that's where the challenge, I think, is going to come in that, not so much as, because I would agree with Richard, just buy your own lunch, and that really avoids that problem. But you still are getting information, you know, and so I think I would come up with some way of making sure that you're documenting stuff, because we then, as a body, if you declare ex parte, we have to decide whether or not we feel you're biased on an issue or have information that, you know, we don't. And it all still can go to LUBA or the courts anyway. So this is one of those areas. Land use is just super, super complicated.
And I think she's given the example already from Friday morning's meeting, and then Monday she'll do it again in declaring that, hey, you know, it's not a quasi judicial land use issue, but with Bartoli's and their streetery, hey, you're the manager, you're the property manager for land on that project, and they're a tenant. But their installation of the streetery is not going to change the fact that they pay a certain amount for rent, and they're going to be there, and yeah, so you can still participate. But it is a potential, and we just need to be aware of those things and keep them up. And it's not a bad thing. I mean, when you're not going to avoid that. You live in this community. I mean, the only way to avoid those potential conflicts or even conflicts is, hey, let's elect a council, a city council that actually lives in Albany or Medford or something, and let them be the council, because that's the only way to avoid that. I don't think you'd have completely avoided that even. There could be conflict. So that's going to happen. Yeah. Don't be afraid of those. It's not a bad thing. So, and I'll reiterate, and we talked about this Monday, if you ever have something and you have a question on that, call us and we'll talk about it with you. And then we'll talk to Carrie as well and get a legal explanation. Here's what you need to do. Sometimes we'll be able to do it and say, here, this is what you need to do. But we'll get Carrie in on it as well, so that you're
So
the last thing I want to bring up on the memo is on the last page. If you have a Facebook page or if you have some kind of social media, this is a rule that occurred in 2019, that if you have that and you are allowing people to comment and do stuff on it as a public, and you've created, maybe you have a Counselor Fleck for Council a Facebook page, and people can go on and comment and leave you comments and stuff like that. You cannot keep anybody off of it, because that's a violation of the freedom of speech if you block somebody from being on there. Now, you can set standards but be careful. I mean, this is the case that involves President Trump and his Twitter account. You don't hear from them. And he had created this as a public forum, and it becomes a public forum and a public document, and anybody can be on to look at it or speak on it. So be careful. That's just one counsel that I hadn't thought of that Carrie wanted to share with you as well. So. Moving on, yesterday in the League of Oregon Cities newsletter, there was the new chapter 10 in the Oregon Municipal Handbook that came out. The league has just put together, and I think it covers, I haven't read it yet, but it covers a lot of some of the stuff we're talking about. It's called Chapter 10, Working with the Public. And so she saw it and she thought, hey, this is kind of what you guys are talking about tomorrow. And so she wanted to make sure we saw this. Pass it up there. I give you enough there. So just and I'll hand this around too. For your information, the league is updating their Oregon Municipal Handbook. If you haven't seen those and looked at those, please do. We're collecting them as they update them. You'll notice on that list of all the titles how to do chapters that they've updated. And the League of Oregon Cities. You can access those there. If you really want us to, we'll keep a copy of what we have. Yeah,
I did recommend one for her.
so Dallas has, Councilor Savage has a new one, so if anybody else wants the ones that are printed and like, you're old school like me, that, yeah, you hate to read, put in your hands, we'll do that. But, really good information. When you read some policies, and some cities have little different things in their charters and their organization, but for the most part, it's very good information, not for the most part, it is very good information, but it is general for all cities and entities and nuances to be aware of. So just thought to throw that out there for your information and further edification. So with that, does anybody need to take a break? We've been here almost 2 hours.
Short one.
Maybe
No.
2, 3,
Ah,
a little restroom break.
just a little restroom break for a couple minutes and we can rejoin and we'll move on.
Sure not to talk about anything in the hall or. Anybody take notes?
We will leave. If you're gonna talk, you need to talk in here because the cameras and stuff are still on. Get up and stretch it.
I'm gonna
Not
get
supposed to sit too long.
coffee. Yeah, get some more coffee too. Not that I need it, but. Oh, I had coffee at business after hours. I was up till 2. The coffee is wonderful.
That's from Covered Bridge.
Yes, it was
Yeah,
so
they're
good. I was like, darn it.
What's the count now for retirement?
3 years and 11 days.
How did you arrive at that day?
What's that?
How did you arrive at that retirement day? Is it part of the company policy or?
Well, I'll be 62 in December of 23. And February, I'll have 30 years at Weyerhaeuser, so I wanted to stay to February. And it's like, well, if I'm gonna go to February, if I stay till,
Take 2.5 or something?
what's that?
Go ahead.
Oh, I want to get my 35th recognition. And so if I stay to February, it's like, well, it's a bad time of year to retire anyway. So I'll just go ahead and go to June 1st and I get 5 weeks vacation, paid 6. So I'll just go ahead and go to June. And so it'd be 62 and a half.
Gotcha. Because I thought there was some retirement, well, isn't it Social Security where it's something like 60 something and a half or?
Well, I'm not going to draw Social Security at that.
Point.
Yeah, because with mine, it'd be so penalized because I have to go to 67, I think is full.
Okay, it keeps getting pushed out.
Yeah.
That way they make it last.
So, and I may have to do a part-time job or something, but the idea is to have the houses paid off and then,
Enjoy living.
yeah. And then, there's so many people that, the eye openers of, the ones that don't make it to retire or they retire and 6 months later they get cancer or something. And it's just get out while you can and enjoy life.
Right. Not guaranteed tomorrow. Still feels like a long way off. It's funny, sir, watching my perception of like self-talk about retirement, starting work. It's like, I'm going to work all the way through. Like, I'll never stop working. And now you're in your 30s, like, still kind of want to think that way, but it's like, no, I can see the trend here. As long as I'm doing something that I don't have to work, that's
I'm
the.
definitely feeling my age though, because I did doubles all week. Yesterday was just a zombie.
Like the difference.
It just, and then it's the week of time change too. So it was rough.
How's your eye, Craig?
I'm not 30 anymore.
I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Hey, wonderful.
I've been getting the paper copy lately.
I noticed the
I think I'm gonna turn this thing in.
metabolism drops.
For the email,
Right as the kids are.
That's the only reason.
I don't have internet at home. I can support it.
When it needs an update, it goes haywire.
Assigned to this.
Huh?
When it needs an update, it goes haywire. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's more of a pain in the butt, yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Is what it is, but, I mean, it's nice to have, but like I say, for the emails, I have no other way to check that. I don't do anything on my phone now.
So you can see, this is what people are seeing on YouTube right now.
Oh.
We are streaming live.
That way you guys put me in the middle. Nobody wants to be there.
That's right.
I think that's what that.
You can all wave.
It's the head of the table.
A really exposed position right there.
He's sitting on my back.
What happens when you're the last one in?
And that's what, it's like nothing in that spot.
Look that clear online?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
That's the reason we got this camera. This camera is really, I mean, it's.
That's a sweet camera.
Really
Um,
nice.
it zooms to 15 and it has is that a 120-degree angle on it when it's zoomed out? So we got it on purpose to try to get as much of the room as we can. So it will sit down here when we get back to live meetings on the council, and the whole council will be seen, and then we can move it around.
That's one thing good that's come out of all this.
Yeah. So it was kind of nice. We've been looking for equipment for years, and boy, this is expensive. It was expensive. It's a little cheaper than when it was years ago, but as a result of this, hey, we need it, let's get it, and start moving in this direction.
Right? You want some?
Richard, I'm kind of thinking we're going to want a second one.
So much.
Because what I remember going to county commission meetings, they all have one in the front and one in the back. Of course, I say that, we talked about, they have to have somebody operate them, but that way you could get both the speakers and the council, you know.
By putting the camera right about there at the bar, with the pan and tilt on it, we can turn it and get to the podium as well. That was the intent.
We did that last Wednesday at the planning commission. We were able to get the speakers and the folks that were at the dais.
Chief, has that been you running the camera during meetings? I know it's not in your job description. You're doing a hell of a job.
Trudy had to cover me on Friday, but it's kind of fun. Kind of makes me dizzy and kind of.
Yeah.
And this is what runs the camera.
Wow.
Oh,
I mean, it's pretty amazing, so.
I think they both enjoy running it.
Yeah.
That's true.
Really swing it around. So, let the chief finish getting some food and.
So we're live for this meeting now. Are we going to be able to go live for the other meetings on Monday nights, or those?
Well, we're live already because we're virtual. So with the GoToMeeting, we can't stream it to YouTube without having a whole nother interface to do that. So we're not doing that. And that way, because it's already live on GoTo. But what we're gonna do is we'll take the video from, and this is something we're gonna talk about here shortly too, because it's in the rules and everything. No, I'll show you.
Are you able to see? I feel like I'm right.
oh no, you're fine.
Okay.
You're fine.
So on the council meetings, there's the one that's live right now. The only, yeah, we'll just go to January 11th. The only cameras that show up or the only things that show up on the recorded version are those active cameras. So those people that have their cameras on are there on the screen, and that's it. So all the other boxes of people that are phoning in or whatever, they're there, you can hear them when they speak, but they don't show up. And so one of the things I think we wanted to talk about when we talk about the rules, go ahead and pass this around. That's the next phase of what we wanted to talk about is council rules. This new virtual realm that we're in has created some challenges with our rules. We want to go through our rules. Some of them I think apply, we just have to apply them to the virtual piece, and some of them just need to be assessed. But one of the things I think we probably want to talk about is, as counselors, if you're in a city council meeting, do you want to require that everybody who's on the council have their, so that when we put these on the webpage or on YouTube, we've got at least council and staff on there, or when staff is doing a presentation, they have to be set those rules as we're doing this through this process. That would be a rule that wouldn't apply in a normal meeting because we're all physically here. But it may be something that we want to think about as we talk about. It kind of makes sense that, hey, if you're in the meeting, it'd be nice to see you, especially when we play the recording back, I'm not there, we hear the voice.
My only exception to that would be is like the other day, my camera wouldn't work.
And there are
So,
technical glitches.
yeah, okay.
And so, I mean, if there are technical glitches and stuff like that, I mean, maybe we just tell the presiding officer, hey, I'm having problems with my camera. My bandwidth is so bad right now that if I turn my camera on, then my sound is all wrong. Those are perfectly fine, and that we need to, maybe in the rule or in the discussion of that, we set those parameters. I think that's a great example.
Yeah, and that's because like yesterday, you didn't have your camera on and then you jumped in there and said something. If I could have seen your hand, but then after that, I started watching your unmute thing, so that helped, but.
I'm here.
Yeah, and we're still trying to figure out a way for the mayor to be looking more at the camera, figure out a way to mount this display, so he's looking more at the camera rather than at the display. And so we're all seeing the side of his face as he's talking, but we'll figure that out too as we move along. So I passed out our procedural rules. These are the rules the city council adopted back in 2015 or 14. They went into effect January 1st, after we adopted our new city charter. I just wanted to go through them because I think there's some pieces that we need to think about, and this goes back to our modeling behavior. I don't know about you, but as an old city manager who's his bedtime is getting earlier and earlier every night, having a 3-hour council meeting is a little much. And doing a 3-hour council meeting, two council meetings in a row is a lot. We need to do that every once in a while, and that's fine. I'm just being a little dramatic there. But I don't think all of you want to do 3-4-hour council meetings every night. And I think some of the stuff, by modeling the proper procedures that we've got in our rules already, might help us keep those under control. I think one of the most important things, and this is something that's hard for people to grasp, but in the state of Oregon, the law is that it's a public meeting. By public meeting, that means the public can see what you do. They don't get to participate. The law does not require the public to participate in your meetings unless it's a public hearing. When it's a public hearing, then they have a right to participate. But when you adopted, or the council or the city adopted their charter and they adopted these rules, we set up some procedures for people to be able to participate because it is important. And so these rules, and I think this is something that you're doing way more than what state law says you have to do. You're allowing people to comment on the agenda at a council meeting on items not on the agenda, and then you're letting them comment on other items throughout the agenda. You don't have to do that, but it's in our rules. So if we go through that and talk about how that's set up in the rules, you're lining that out. And I think we need to think about how that works in the first rule. And we've come up with some suggestions that we want to make too. So let's go, we'll go through the meeting, the procedures. I mean, we have our meetings, the type of meetings that we have regular meetings, agenda sessions, work sessions. This is a work session. Agenda sessions are really kind of work sessions as well. Agenda sessions and work sessions do not, let's turn this off. Sitting here watching.
We all clap.
Meeting. But your work sessions and agenda sessions, we do not, in the rules, do not allow public comment. Those are for you to discuss the agenda or to discuss like we're doing today. The public can come, and we have space for people to sit here and watch, or we've got space digitally right now for people to watch, and we have people watching the meeting right now. We had 3 apparently at one time, so wow, we're hitting the Nielsen ratings. But so that's what those are. Special meetings, these are meetings that are called with at least 24 hours notice for special items that pop up. Then we have emergency meetings. These are things, let's say, for example, City Hall burned down and we need to move some money around so we have some place to work or be from or something, we could have an emergency meeting. We get less than 24 hours notice. The special meetings require 24-hour notice. And sometimes we've done that where we have,
A bid opening, we had a bid opening and the council needed to accept the bid. We had a timeline, so we had a special meeting.
we've also done it for, I think for Snowmageddon, we had the council meet to verify the emergency declaration as well, because we had so much time after we made the declaration. So we needed to get that done. Then you have your executive sessions. Those are your meetings that it spells out here, and this is basically controlled by state law. There's specific ones we can do executive sessions. They are not open to the public. That's our only meeting that the public cannot attend. And virtually, we've had some discussions as we had a couple of executive sessions during this last year, and we realized, well, wait a minute. There's somebody else in the room, and we're having an executive session, and they can hear. And so that's where we started talking about headphones and making sure that if we're having an executive session, we need to keep that confidential. There are not a lot of those, but we do have them, and we need to monitor those and keep that safe. Because if somebody else is there and hears it, and then they say it out in public, it's not confidential anymore. The paper can report it, everything, and we may be negotiating a price on a piece of property or labor negotiations or something that we want to keep that confidential until we're signing papers. So that's what that's for.
And
All meeting. Typically, the mayor is calling meetings if it's not a scheduled meeting, regular scheduled meeting. In the absence of the mayor, the council president, or 3 councilors can call the meeting. So, for example, if we have something, 3 of you councilors could call a special meeting, and you contact us and get that set up and move forward with it. If the mayor is still there, you probably want to work through the mayor. Yeah.
How would that happen? Councilors even indicate to call a meeting under these?
It's not a quorum, so they could.
You could have 3.
Get together and, if there was some kind of emergency or problem, but if the mayor is still there, then you need to work with the mayor. At least 2 of them do. And get that moving. That doesn't happen very often. I mean, I don't think we've ever had councilors try to call the meeting. But it could. Cancellation of meetings, we do that pretty well. We cancel some meetings, we do that as a council meeting and do that. If we don't have anything. Looking like city manager can also cancel the meeting, but we have to give 72 hours notice. So when we're working on the agenda on Tuesday and we say, we don't have anything, there's nothing. We can't even make anything up to talk about, and then we'll cancel. I think we've done that once or twice. I mean, it doesn't happen very often. Usually it's for some other event or a holiday or something, and then we bring it to the council. Quorum is required, that's 4 of you. Attendance and excused absences. Here's one that I don't think we really follow this too well, but I think some councilors have told the mayor or told us when they're going to be gone. That's what this kind of requires, that hey, if you're not going to be at a meeting, let the mayor know, or you can announce it at the council meeting, I'm going to be gone at the next one, just so that we know that you're not just skipping out because there's something on the agenda you don't want to have to vote on or something like that. And do that.
it's funny, our charter used to say that you could be compelled by the police chief to come to a meeting.
I think it still does.
That got changed in this revision, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it still does, and and the reason it is, let's say there's 4 councilors that just don't want to do something, and the other 3 do, and you can't just walk out. But they do that at the state.
Yeah,
But
actually.
here, you have an obligation to be a part of the discussion, and you can't just skip out. And so our lovely Sergeant of Arms.
Sergeant of Arms, right.
The staff will come and compel you to attend.
Compelling.
So
Free ride.
I don't think we have that problem, but yeah.
Can we abstain from voting? Abstain from voting?
No.
No.
Unless you have a conflict.
You really.
Sorry if I'm jumping ahead, but.
Yeah, you really can't. I think it is in the voting section of the voting. But if you do abstain, the only time And really kind of an abstention is if you had a real conflict of interest and you couldn't vote. I mean, if you were deciding, if we had a land use issue, the quasi-judicial thing, and you were not there, you'd be recuse yourself, and so you'd be gone. That'd be really, if you abstain, abstentions are counted towards the majority. So, I mean, it's.
Still go on record
Yeah.
as you voted for.
Yeah, so it's, I mean,
Or
it's,
against.
it's one of those that, yeah, you have an obligation to vote.
And I had some heartburn when we were doing this, because one example came up that, let's say, I think I was Rotary president the year before, 2 years before this was adopted. And if something was coming before the Rotary where I don't actually have under the state law a conflict, but I feel the perception is that I have a conflict, I pretty much made it clear I am not going to vote regardless of what these rules said. And that was my only heartburn when we drafted those, is that I do think if we feel there's a conflict, whether the state rules or not, I think that we should be allowed to abstain.
And I think when we crafted this, we took that into account because it's at the top of them. There's no page numbers on here, but it's section 17. 17 is on the bottom of the page. Every counselor who is present will vote for or against the question before the council unless the council excuses that counselor from voting.
Okay.
Counselor may refrain for just legal cause without being excused by the council. Counselors must announce the legal reason or justification for abstaining from voting. So in that case, with the Rotary issue, you could say, hey, council, I'm in this position. This is why I really don't want to vote. And they could say, okay, you're excused from voting. But really, the only way you can abstain is if there's a legal reason to abstain.
So the question, when I was reading through these the other day, the big question was, what are the ramifications for violating these rules? Because, I mean, I think we could all look at examples. You mentioned there's been some recently where there have been violations and, you know, the ramifications were none. And so.
If you go to the very end, failure to follow the rules, non-valid decisions, they're your rules. I mean, if the council felt that, you know, a counselor was abstaining and they shouldn't be and not following the rules, the council can do something. You can censor them. You can't remove them from the council because they're elected. But, you know, and that's basically it. There's no penalty.
Except for the charter, doesn't the charter say we could actually be removed from it?
No, that's not in this rule. If you go to the charters and the restrictions of the charter, and you violate any of that, then there are removal provisions there.
But there is censure, and I think that's a public statement. I mean, I think if, you know, the rest of the body censured one person for continually to violate the rules. I mean, I think that's a
Censor is not censor.
Censure.
Is that just like a public
It's just publicly saying, we do not support what this person's doing, you know, so censure is a public rebuke of behavior from a person. And I'm not suggesting that I've actually even encountered, I'm trying to think of all the years I've done this where censure would be appropriate, but I think in the extreme case, you know, that could be a tool. Once again, would not remove somebody, but would call to light publicly, because I'm sure the media would report it far and wide, you know, that, you know, this body censured one person for behavior against what the rules are. So I do think there is a tool there.
And
it's an extreme tool.
An extreme tool. One I would never recommend. It'd be an absolute last resort. I mentioned earlier about our working relationship. I mean, that would absolutely break, you know, that relationship. And so, like I said, I think it would be an ultimate last resort for personally, you know, but if there were a situation where, say, in next election, we have somebody whose whole motivation is to destroy this body, I think that absolutely that's a tool in the toolbox.
so what exactly does that mean? Does that mean that it does go public and people know?
Yeah.
And it's saying what? That they can't speak? I mean, that's what censor.
Nope, it doesn't change anything.
It's just,
Doesn't change.
it just comes out and says, we can't play well together.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
or that person doesn't play well together. We have rules that are set up, and that's all that it does.
And there is the recall process, of course, I'm not, once
That's
again.
outside your realm.
And that's the citizens, right? It's not our, so I mean, there are remedies and I don't, once again, I think we're talking about extremes. I don't think that we're talking about this body or even any of the bodies I've served on, over 20 years. I'm not suggesting that that's a current issue, but there are recourses, absolutely.
So we got our rules of order. This is when you start getting into 7. Talk about the presiding officer, that's the mayor, or the mayor's absence, the council president, or if the mayor's absence and the council's president's absent, it's the pro tem presiding officer. And I've only had this happen once or twice.
Twice.
Where I actually get to call the meeting to order, which is fun. And then the first item of business is to select the pro tem presiding officer. And then they take over from the meeting from there. And if during the course of the meeting, the mayor or the president arrive before when the next item on the agenda begins, they then take over the meeting. And that's in our rules. We don't have that happen very often, but it's there. Council discussion and debate, and I think this is the area that I really wanted to talk about, because I think, and we've talked about it as staff, I think our behavior as staff has gotten a little informal in the meetings as a result of being on TV screens instead of in the chambers, because the chambers kind of create that aura of, hey, we're in chambers and this is an official public thing and we need to behave and talk a certain way. We haven't been doing that, so we're going to work on that and deal with that and try to strengthen that up. But I wanted to go through this because this is where we start talking about how we do and recognize others, when the public speaks and what kind of interaction. I mean, if we go back to the last council meeting and after 4 hours or 3 hours and during the Pegasus equestrian presentation, that was the last one, or was that the previous one?
No, it was the last one.
That was the last one. And we had a member of the public questioning and grilling the presenter. Under our rules, that is not allowed. And I wanted to make sure that council as a whole and all of us knew that, and we need to call a point of order if that starts.
And I did call point of order at that point. Well, the one point of order I missed, though, was when Mr. Toddy questioned us about whether we'd visit the site. So that public speaker is only addressing the mayor, not addressing us, and we are absolutely not to respond. And because of the virtual world, I just did not grasp that at the time. So I apologize for missing that.
So, in a public meeting, anybody's addressing, and we're going to work on this as staff as well, is all comments go through the presiding officer. And so when we're making a presentation, we're addressing the presiding officer. And when we do staff reports, we're addressing through the presiding officer, the whole council. Then when council asks us a question, let's say Councilor Soulsby asks us a question about the streetery for Bartoli's, and I keep leaving one out. But he asks us a question about that, and staff, you're supposed to ask the question sort of through the presiding officer. So you get his attention, say, yeah, I'd like to ask a question. He gives it, and you ask the question. When we respond, we're supposed to say, Mayor and Councilor Soulsby, and do it in that manner. We want to get back to doing that a little bit more and model that behavior. So we're going to be working on that. The legislature's kind of given us some examples, and we've looked at some of the legislative hearings and stuff that are going on in Salem, and they're doing relatively well with their virtual meetings as well. One of the pieces that I've seen that I think is a really good idea, and I'd like to try to do it, not for this next council meeting, but start doing it for the future ones, is when we were doing live meetings, when somebody wanted to speak from the public, we had a sign-in sheet in the back of the room. And then when the meeting started, we gave the mayor the sign-in sheet, and when he got to the items that they wanted to speak on, he would call them up. We'd like to do the same thing with the virtual meetings, that if we have somebody who wants to speak on an item, they need to sign up ahead of time. When we put the agenda out on Wednesday, we'll also put out a form that says, hey, if you want to speak, here are the rules and what item do you want to speak on. And then also tell us the name of your screen name, if you're going to be on the screen, or your phone number if you're calling in, so that we know who to call on in this mirage of little boxes, and to make sure that they get unmuted and they're able to speak. So We'd like to do that and get back to that. It's the same process we were using in real life, but we're just doing it virtually then. And the mayor then would have the list and be able to say, okay, move down through the agenda. And if you get to resolution, one of the resolutions, and nobody signed up, then you don't have to do anything. You don't ask for comment because nobody signed up. We will also still allow, and we currently still allow, any written comment. So they can still submit a written comment, and then that would be provided with the agenda.
So I have a little reservation on that if we're going to be super strict on it, because I can just represent how I think until I hear something that's posed in a certain way, that might spark a thought that I wouldn't have prepared ahead of time. And I couldn't have prepared ahead of time, but it just comes up. So I would like to still have the opening for somebody to, hey, I would like to make a comment on this, even if it wasn't prepared ahead of time. And I don't know if.
Now, that doesn't apply to the council. So the council, you can ask questions.
Public.
Yeah, but this goes back to the discussion of what a public meeting is. And it is the opportunity for you as a council to discuss the public's business in front of them. It's not for the public to continually ask questions and bring up items on issues. That's not what that role is. That's to do that before the meeting or to just provide the testimony. Because they're only supposed to, in the rules, testify once, and it's for a limited period of time. I mean, if it's 5 minutes and a total of 30 on each item. If there's 10 people signed up, you as a council can say, hey, you each have 3 minutes. And that's like it. You don't get to speak anymore. You don't get to come back up afterwards and make more comments. It's that one time. That's what our rules say. So, I mean, if you're interested in changing the rules, then that's gonna be another process. But that's also one of the things that prolongs meetings considerably, and it also creates that opportunity for discussions from somebody providing comment and then discussing with the council, and that's not supposed to happen.
Right, and I think that's the clear piece here, is we don't want the back and forth. Because this is when meetings devolve into,
Is that a control?
banter, hostility. The whole reason for a structured meeting is to make it professional, to hear out all sides of it and make decisions without, constant barrage. But I actually will echo Councilor Irvin's concern. I do think at some point, just personally, that I think we should offer, is there any comments anyway, but if it does seem like there are going to be a lot, and this will be the mayor's call, of course, as the presiding officer, to determine, how much and what for. I think the key piece, though, is that all comments are directed to the mayor or the presiding officer, that there's not going to be any back and forth. And so we've done this for years in this chamber. Our opportunity is under concerns of the council. And so we take that feedback, and then later in the meeting, we can then, give our concerns or positions or whatever. And so it avoids the back and forth fighting that could potentially, yet it gives both of us the opportunity to be heard. And so, but I'm with Councilor Irvin. I would hate to be too rigid on that.
How much latitude does the mayor have? Say we're 3 hours into a meeting and, come on, guys, keep it brief. We've talked about this extensively. I'm going to wrap it up.
Right.
Can he respond to the situation in that way and be proactive?
He can limit the discussion. Now, if we're having a public hearing and it's a quasi judicial issue, you can't limit the public hearing. The public hearing, you can't limit to more than 30 minutes. Now, the public comments, you can, and the rules say it's 30 minutes. And so he can say, yeah, we've got 7 people that want to testify. We're gonna limit the time to
1 minute.
to 3 minutes. Now, it has to be with council approval. And the rules, I believe that's there, that council approval to limit that. And there has to be on that item, and there's no back and forth and conversation that way. But yeah, if the meeting's going long, you can do that. And council would need to say, yes, we're fine with that. Now, if a council member objects, they can say, hey, I don't think that's right. provision in here for counselors to object to the presiding officer's decision, then it's a vote for the council. And if the council says no, then the presiding officer's decision stands. So there's that process to go through that.
Well, and then on the one here, meeting before last with the MUPD on 22nd Street, it was, public comment was calling for what the rent's gonna be. And then when Richard brought up that the attorney says we can't ask that, you know, at this point, the way our rules are, we don't need to continue to debate this now. And that's why it's called the question at that point, because the more discussion was pointless. If that's the only negative was what's the rent gonna be, then let's just move on.
So, you know, public members addressing, they can stand and wait. So we're trying to figure out a way to help them stand and wait when they're in the virtual realm. I think, you know, the legislature currently allows the written testimony and they require you to testify. And they only allow so many to sign up. I think that's going, and they're not allowing any other testimony other than if you write or send it. However, if you allow the written testimony to come in until 12 hours after the hearing. So the date of the time, that's 24 hours after the time of the hearing. So if the hearing's at 8 o'clock on Monday, you have until 9 o'clock on Tuesday to submit a written testimony. But, you know, if you're deciding a resolution in a council meeting and you get testimony and then somebody submits a written testimony on Tuesday, why? You know, you've made the decision already. Those are tied to public hearings in the legislature, so it is a public hearing process.
Well, can you rescind a vote?
You can reconsider. So, you know, you can make a motion to reconsider.
Well, but under Robert's rules, it takes a number of the vote, the majority, it actually takes a number of them to bring an issue that's.
That's section 18 in the rules of consideration.
Are those read? So when somebody submits written, are those read to the council or is it just posted?
If we receive written testimony and we say you have to provide the written testimony by 5 o'clock the day of the meeting, we would put them on the agenda so that when you're looking at your agenda on the web, the testimony would be right there with it. So we'd probably type the title and say testimony received. We haven't done that, and we haven't received any. Well, no, we did receive some, and I think we did but we received that earlier for the multi stuff. So those are on there, but we put the testimony on there and then say testimony received, and you can go through those during the meeting here.
On the reconsideration point, not sure about the rules, but under Robert's Rules of Order, so you can only move for reconsideration if you were on the victorious side.
Right.
So that way it can be used as a tool by people who lost the vote to keep making the vote happen.
Right.
But that might address, Councilor Urban, your concern about sort of that spark of the meeting. A citizen for whom that happened could then go to the counselor, you know, of their choice and say, hey, what you all apparently didn't know because you didn't talk about it was this big, huge thing that changes your mind on everything. And then at the next meeting, you can put it on the agenda and say, hey, I think we need to reconsider this because we were missing a big piece of the puzzle.
But you'd have to go and, what's the timeline for getting an item added?
In section 18, it says, a member who voted with the majority may move for reconsideration. So it's a majority, so whichever side wins, if you have 4 on this, 1 to 4, may move for reconsideration of an action at the same or the next following regular meeting. Once a matter has been reconsidered, no motion for further reconsideration shall be made without unanimous consent of the entire council.
So you wouldn't have to have that agenda item brought back onto the agenda in the subsequent meeting. You could say, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider last meeting's item and vote with new information or something.
So, you know, the nice way to do that would be to come to the mayor and say, hey, I'd like to reconsider this motion, this item, or come to me. And then we can put it on the agenda so that it's noticed, people know that it's going to be there, and so that we're transparent. You could do it at the next meeting as an item to add to the agenda. And then it would take a consent to say, yes, everyone to say, yes, we're going to add it. And then you have it on agenda that way as an item to add.
But
Don't we also,
it's only one meeting.
It's only one meeting from the time, or the same meeting. So, I mean, you could do the vote and then later on in the meeting, you could say, wait a minute, what did we do? But you probably wouldn't have gotten comments from anybody. Hopefully you weren't getting a text message or an email or something from somebody in the audience saying, what did you just do? You did an insight on your own to know that you wanted to reconsider. But yeah, that's a tool that can be there.
You could try a suggestion that if you're wanting to reconsider, take into account if we're signing a contract to let a job happen or financially committing ourselves to something.
You know, a resolution that we're adopting and say you want to reconsider appropriating the grant money for something, a resolution or something. Those typically don't, they do take place immediately on resolutions. So it's a challenge to say, yeah, we're going to do it at the next meeting. But an ordinance, you usually have 2 votes anyway, unless it's all done in one meeting and it's been there for the 7 days.
And they're not implemented in most cases. 30 days, so you'd have a chance to reconsider that.
Very few ordinances are adopted, and in fact, I don't think we've done one in a year or more that are adopted immediately. The emergency clause is very difficult to do it. We want that 30 days there for people to say, hey, this ordinance shouldn't be there.
If you do a motion to reconsider, does that reset the clock on that 30-day for implementation kind of thing?
Yes, it would change the effective date because if you were successful in the reconsideration, I would say yes, because you then have to go and re-adopt a new ordinance or the ordinance to fail. So, but if it passes or if you do the reconsideration and it doesn't change it and the ordinance passed, then the old date would still be.
Okay.
But if the reconsideration killed the ordinance, then it would be dead.
and I would just caution, we once almost got backed into a spot where we couldn't get out of by one of my former council friends that I think this is where we're leaning on staff for the ramifications of decisions is really key because of the way it happened, we almost got forced into a situation, you know, something going down that basically had support, but there were little pieces of it that weren't agreed on. And so ultimately, because of Robert's rules and these rules, we almost got into a really sticky. This is why also a reason why Richard will often tell us not to table items, but to withdraw votes, because the rules and Robert's rules get kind of tricky when you start getting in there. And so you just have to be a little bit careful when you put on those rights.
And the tabling, like last meeting when someone said to table, we can't table. There wasn't even a motion on the table to table it. So at that point, you know, there's nothing to table, but once it's been tabled, go talk to Richard Zettervall, the former mayor of Crestwell. He had his council tabled ordinance or resolution, I can't remember which it was. And then it couldn't get brought back up again. And he resigned because his council didn't support him on that. And so, you know, when you table it, unless it gets brought back as untabled by whoever tabled it, if I remember right, in Robert's rules, then it is dead on the table.
And in our rules, we don't refer to tabling at all. We refer to postponement. And so if there is something that you just need more information on, you need additional testimony, you need whatever, there's a postponement provision in the rules to do that. And that was intentionally done to avoid all the, and one of the, I think it's important to note at the very beginning of your rules, it says,
Something to the effect of Robert's rules loosely.
yeah, we're doing these rules to make it simple and easy for people to understand what's going on. If anybody, the rules are not meant to create, and the language is here somewhere, to create an undue difficult process. And if you follow Robert's Rules of Orders to a T, it creates an undue difficult process for people that it's just hard to understand. And so we're using a modified version, and that's what is adopted here. You can follow what's happening. And so for that reason, we try to and make some of those things simple to avoid all the issues associated with it. Trudy could come and teach you with her dinosaurs. She had a city recorder conference, and they had a parliamentarian come and teach them how to use all the rules of parliamentary procedure, or a lot of them. And they each got a set of a tube of dinosaurs, and they represented different motions and different actions. Together and stuff. You don't want to go there and have to explain that every time with the little dinosaurs.
And there's England Robert's rules and American Robert's rules that are different, and they mean things in different countries.
One of the items that we do want to note is item 7.5. Around 7.3, it talks about member shall receive personal conversations with other council and staff or public. And it's important because it does create a public record. That's probably why it's in the rules there. But number 7.5, no councilor may leave the council meeting while in regular session without permission from the presiding officer. That's one that's a little difficult when we move into the virtual world. When you're all sitting up here and somebody has to get up to use the facilities or get up and move or something, it's important that we do need to recognize the presiding officer and say, hey, I need to get up for a minute, or whatever, so that we can keep that moving. So that's the one that, how does that apply to cameras? How does that apply to being on a virtual existence? And maybe that's probably where, hey, Mayor, I'm having trouble with my camera tonight. Can I turn the camera off? And that would be the request from the officer. Just to kind of keep that there.
I think that sounds appropriate. I mean, I've actually had situations where or Zoom has had bandwidth issues. It's not even my personal bandwidth, but by turning off the video, I'm able to maintain a stable connection. And so I think your point of just Mr. Mayor or Mr. Presiding Officer, this is going on. Or, one thing I will say is we've never adhered to that as far as using the restroom here in the council chambers. If somebody needed to go, they just stood up and left. And, so I'm kind of on the fence on this because, I do think it's important to maintain that. But at the same time.
We've even had a counselor get up and leave to go watch Dancing with the Stars, so.
No way.
Yes, we did.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it made the mayor very upset. It wasn't Mayor Galli, but it was.
This was a long time ago. Yes. But.
Maybe this is tangential, but is there a timeline for us getting back in here and doing this normally? Or a sense of a timeline?
Soon, I hope.
Yeah. I would think that as we're approaching May 1st, as May 1st is that date where everyone can start getting the vaccine, that soon after that, I would imagine that it's probably going to start opening up a lot more. When they remove the distancing, that's going to be the key. Because
are we too close up there? Is that the issue?
Yeah, that's the issue up there. We could do it. We could do it if we put, 4 of you up there, or maybe 5 up there, spread you out. But then you'd have 2 that would have to be down here in the kiddie tables. And so how do you decide which council members are going to be at the kiddie table?
You and me, John.
We could do that. We were looking at what Coos Bay did. They basically created the cone of silence for each one of the counselors with plexiglass. So you have the one in front
The silence.
across the sides. But their dais isn't as close to the back wall as ours is. And so, because the plexiglass has to go back far enough that if you're sitting in your chair, you're not too close to the person without plexiglass. So it has to extend, and then you don't have room to get around up here. And so that was one of the other, that's a pretty major change to the council chamber.
It's not just the capacity of the room though.
Yeah, the capacity of the room, then we'd have the same distancing for everybody else in the room. We would still, the other parameter is, and the reason, one of the reasons we're on YouTube today is because under the emergency declaration from the governor and our executive order says that all public meetings are to be virtual when her emergency declaration is in place. So our virtual meetings are in place until May 28th or 9th, when her current emergency declaration ends. And then if she renews it, then it's still in place. So we'll still have the virtual presence as well, as long as the emergency declaration is in place.
I did see something from the CDC that, and I don't know, it was a study that they found that 3-foot distancing is as good as 6 foot, so
I just saw that yesterday or this morning, yeah, and that could change things. I mean, personally, because of what we've done to the ventilation system here in City Hall, and if people were wearing masks and the 3 feet number, I think that might open this building up, because, I mean, we have a ventilation system that's always running, and it's running through the air purifiers that is hydrogen peroxide in the air and killing the germs. I mean, if you took your mask off and sneezed right now, within, what was it, 3 feet or 6?
3 feet.
3 feet, 99% of the germs are dead, according to the studies with the system we're using.
it's awesome.
So, I mean, we feel really safe in this building. And that was one of the things we did with the COVID money, because, I mean, hey, that's going to be beneficial to us in smoke. It's going to be beneficial for any kind of virus or illness or anything that goes on in this building, and all of our buildings, we did that. So, for safety reasons, we can easily say, yeah, there's no problem. But, we go back to modeling again. We're supposed to set an example, and plus it is a guideline and a rule from the governor's office that if we didn't follow it, we could be subject to fines and penalties as well. So we've got to follow it, even though we've got these other things that are layered on top that I think that create a safe environment. So,
Don't want to model it the other way either, though.
right.
Like, we're literally phoning it in, and that's, proof that we, kind of don't care about what we're up to. So, anyway.
So, but I think if they can the distancing reduces to 3 feet, I think we can easily do 3 feet up here with all of you. And I think also because, and we'd still mask, but with the other layer of treatment that we have on the building, I think we'd be fine. Then as vaccinations get more common and everything else, I think it'll open up. So I'm shooting for May, late May. Maybe our budget adoption in June will be able to do it here in the meeting, right before I leave to go to the wedding for my daughter. Doing this for 34 years, and family members cannot remember that once April, May, and June. But yeah. So any other questions on the rules? We'll go ahead and set up the form, but I mean, if you want to do the additional, have the mayor, if at the end of, one of the nice things about doing the form would be that who's going to testify, and they know they were on the list. Then if somebody wanted to add something else, or the rules say that you're going to testify already. So they wouldn't be able to get back up and say, oh, but this.
And all the other, like, Lane Act, I'm not sure about LRAPA, but, those are all public meeting, sort of like how council runs, and they do sign in prior to the meeting.
Exactly. You don't speak otherwise.
Yeah, and so, I mean, it's not, we wouldn't be the only one in Oregon doing it. It happens in other boards I'm on, so.
And there's nothing precluding you. I mean, if you're going through and you've got 7 people that signed up, you finish, you still got some time left on the 30 minutes for that item. And you can tell and you can sense that, hey, somebody wants to say something else. You can always, and that's at the very end of your rules, you can say, as a council, I'd like to ask if there's anybody else.
That's really my concern. I just don't want it to be so rigid that you can't respond.
And like last meeting, the guy on the screen, it was a long meeting, if you guys remember, and I kind of lost, and I let him speak, and as soon as I let him speak, it's like, he's already spoken once, and so then I let Dwayne speak again because I'm going to be fair, and so I let one person do it, I'm going to let someone else as well. So that was on me, but I try not to do that.
And please don't hesitate, and I think I'm speaking for the mayor a little bit here, but if you see something going on that is not appropriate for the meeting,
Point of order.
raise a point of order. Just say, hey, let's pause here a minute. That's basically what you're saying when you say point of order. Let's pause. And we've done this in council meetings before, where we pause and we say, we're gonna take a little break. Everybody regroup, calm down, and we're gonna come back and we'll resume where we were at. Or, point of order, this is out of line, or I think there's somebody else who wants to speak. Can we have this person have another comment, or, anything like that. Be sure to take that opportunity. I think the mayor would appreciate it. And do that. Or if you see somebody, getting up and asking, and how many of you have done this? They're not supposed to do that. Point of order. You're to testify, not to ask us if we've done something. It's not here for you to grill us. You're giving this testimony of why you think we should do this or not, and help keep things focused. And I think that'll help keep discussions focused on the issue or the matter ahead, rather than trying to get it personally attached to somebody who's voting yes or no or whatever.
And on agenda sessions, I'd like to put out that, we do those agenda sessions on Friday before to give you time to know what's going on. And then if you got questions for staff, give them all day Friday, all day Monday to come back with that stuff, because it's going to make the meeting more efficient, getting those questions answered ahead of time. And I think it's better for staff to, if we don't do an agenda session, then you ask a question, they're thinking on their feet trying to come up with that. And, I know that there's been several times somebody's had to run back to the office and when we were meeting in person and get something back up there. So just to make it easier on staff, I think would be a good thing as well.
So speaking of agenda session, the Bartolotti's, there we go. Their site plan is on the webpage now. So that got filled in, you put it on, so it's there. So if you go to the item, it's actually, we just replaced it. It's in the item now. So.
And I want to say thank you guys for starting those up. And it's a lot of work for everybody as well. But I really appreciate those opportunities to ask those questions. And
We actually did those for years and then kind of stopped for a while. And I actually always thought the value of those. The only thing I will say is I'm really glad that we're going to be posting those meetings, because often I will ask many more questions in a work session environment because it's typically short and my questions aren't prolonging an already long meeting. And so I guess there was some comments about, whether we're paying attention or asking questions. And I guess I would love for the public to be able to go back and look at that agenda session and see the questions that we've all asked. Even though I don't ask every one of them in the main meeting, I am asking those questions. I am paying attention. And I love that we're going to do that, post those publicly, because then folks who want to know that additional, questions or whatever, they can certainly look.
And then they don't, if they see that, hey, you guys talked about and asked the questions I was going to ask, you're done. They don't have to come to the meeting and testify and say, oh, did you think of this? Oh, yeah, we talked about that Friday.
And there's always going to be something between Friday and Monday that comes up that you didn't think about, or,
Right.
or somebody that was watching the agenda session catches you on Saturday and says, hey, yesterday, okay, then, so it's not going to eliminate questions on Monday night, but it's going to help speed things up.
It does show that it's not just a rubber stamp, we are.
We're also, as a result of the discussion on yesterday, we're also preparing a chart that shows you all the monthlies that have been done and the information about what's happening and the number of units and how much tax is estimated or actual if we know tax information. And we'll have that as a running chart from now on any of them. So you'll always have that updated with the information. So we're trying to put that together as a part of this.
where do you think that'll live? Where do you think that information will live for future reference?
When it comes up on the agenda, it'll be part of the agenda packet for the applications. So it'll be updated for every proposal, so you'll be able to see how they'll all fit together or not fit together. Any other questions on the procedures? I don't think we have to change anything, and I don't, is there anything we need to adjust or change as we're in the virtual realm, or, it's pretty much,
I think we've addressed it. As inconvenient as me to go to my side room for executive sessions, that was a good point. I think that's good for the public to see that I'm actually in a different room and, away from, often my wife isn't home anyway, but pesky hairdressers in their late hours. But anyway, but in any event, I think these conversations are good because the virtual world has really changed everything about the way we're operating. And so I really value this conversation because there are a lot of things that we've discussed that, in a normal world, we wouldn't have even conceived of. So I think this has been good.
Well, and I think that the virtual, the example last meeting was easy because if somebody just wants to unmute and start talking, it's a lot different than when they're in here and they got to go up to the podium and talk. And so it's harder to manage. So if we had it where it was you were muted until released, because I think then you could control that, can't you?
Just to some extent, sometimes we can control it, and it depends on how they're hooked in, I think. But some people can unmute. If noise comes through, we'll mute it back up. But it's the Planning Commission, and I'll just tell you that not the content because you can't hear about it or do anything with it yet. But it was a really good example of a meeting that was really structured and ran really well. The public, we had 42 people logged on the virtual meeting for the Planning Commission on Wednesday night. That's huge. Everybody came on and they muted. And there were 4 people with cameras on, and that was it. We had 3 commissioners. 3 commissioners? Yeah, 3 commissioners in the room. One other commissioner was on virtually, I believe, and then staff, and one of the applicants was on. We did have some people who testified in the meeting, and when they testified, they came on with their cameras. They turned their camera on and then unmuted and testified when they were recognized. And so it went really, really well. And when we get an opportunity that you can watch that to see how well it went. Yeah, that's it. And I think the public is starting to learn some of those courtesies of going on those virtual meetings that, when you go on, you mute, and because there's all kinds of noises that happen in your background.
And I was just actually thinking about that because we have muted folks that have got background noise or whatever else is going on. And then I was thinking, well, can they chat to say, hey, I'd like to be recognized? But the problem is now you're also in chat creating an opportunity for people to be commenting on the side. So is that disabled as well?
Chat is disabled.
Okay.
Disable chat on all of our go-to meetings, our virtual meetings, because it creates a public record. And you don't want to be monitoring that or getting conversations going on, because you can focus a chat from one person to another person. And basically you're creating additional records that, especially when you're dealing with a quasi-judicial role, in the public hearing role, that's really become something that we'd have to document and put in. And so we've just turned that off to avoid that.
Some of these have a hand raise feature.
Yeah, Zoom has a hand raise, and I've asked can you do something like that? I mean, some kind of a feature that can do that. I mean, it can't be copyrighted. I mean, hand raising is hand raising, but we're seeing what we can do there. We've tried Zoom a few times, and Zoom's gotten better, but the platform for GoToMeeting seems to be more robust, and it handles the volume better than Zoom has done in other meetings. So that's why we're on the GoToMeeting. Plus, when we started this back in March last year, the FBI was recommending that you not use Zoom because there were challenges. Those have been fixed for the most part on Zoom. But once you've got one platform that you've paid for a year for, you keep using it too. That's the other reason we're using GoToMeeting. Other questions on the rules? So we'll go ahead and start that in April, the sign-in and stuff, and encourage people to go that route, but still give as a council, the opportunity. I mean, any of these rules as the council, with the council action, you can change and make the adjustments as you go along for special situations or occurrences. I mean, a great example, this wasn't with these rules, and it was violating state law, actually, many years ago when we were dealing with the water line, and moving from
we met outside of the area.
There's a state law that says the city council cannot meet outside of the city limits. And we went to Doreen School, and
Yeah.
because we were meeting with all of the water customers that were on the water line from Regeda down to the city. And we felt that, hey, violating the law was in the public's interest there, because we were able to go out and meet with them, talk to them about what was going on, and help answer questions regarding the water issue. I think we had a county commissioner there that helped us too, so.
I think a county commissioner close by, right? Somebody.
Good, so we'll move there. What we wanted to do now is, here are your current goals. And we want to, well, you're right, Scott.
John?
An hour left, so we'll start with the biggie. Our water and sewer and streets and all that kind of stuff.
2 more?
I thought I had enough of those.
Nope.
Hey.
There's one page. It's not like the others are multiple pages. And so what we wanted to do was kind of give you a heads up on what's going on all the different departments and how that may affect some of the decisions on the rules and some of the projects that we see coming up, and what does that mean. Now, when you think of goals for the council, I want you to also think about goals being at the 50,000 foot level or the 20,000 foot level. You know, you're not doing goals that say, yeah, we want to pave 16th Street, or we want to fix all of the traffic signs or paint the posts or whatever. You're looking at things in a policy level, and that's something to keep in mind. And you'll notice that these goals pretty much are that. I mean, they're kind of general, and they're in that policy realm. But we wanted to give you an idea of some of the projects and the issues that we're facing, and we have some new ones that Faye will bring up. But I want to start it with a job announcement from one of the other cities in Oregon here. And I read this job announcement, not because I'm looking at this position, but because I used to work in the city right next to them. And I understand some of the issues that they're going through. And I just was puzzled by some of the comments they made in their job announcement. If you're a city manager and you read this, what I'm going to read to you in a job announcement, you're going to say, nope, not applying for that one. They list some of their opportunities and challenges here, and they talk about water. We've got a real problem with that. And it's out of the Coquille River, so that kind of tells you which city it is too. But then they talk about rate increases. And they say, in addition to needed capital improvements, the water and sewer utilities are facing impending revenue shortfalls. Additional money will be necessary for the city to continue to properly operate and maintain those treatment, collection, and distribution systems. Does that sound unfamiliar? Not unique. Securing the required funds will necessitate significant increases in water and sewer rates. Okay, here's where it gets weird. The city manager will be responsible for calculating the amount and timing for those rate increases, and will be expected to take the lead in explaining to the citizens and utility customers why those utility rate increases are essential for ensuring adequate supply of clean drinking water and protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Coquille. I read that and I'm going, what's the council doing? I mean, I'm hoping that through our discussions that we can be a tool for you to help get that message out. I can go out on Beeper, Faye can go out on Beeper, we can go out and tell people, oh, these are important, we need these, and the citizens will look at us and say, oh, you're paid to do this, and you're getting a salary because of this, and we're raising these rates because of your exorbitant salary or something like that. We're citizens here too, and we pay them, and we understand. But I think this is, this kind of reflects on what's going on in Coquille, but I think it's a role that all of us play. And you as the elected body are the ones that need to really be telling people and explaining. And we want to be that tool for you to get you the right information so you can. Because if you understand it and you can tell people that you run into, then that means we're getting a message in a way that others can understand. So please, as we go through it, and that's why I wanted Faye to, he's got almost, there's hundreds of pages of documents there. to go over some of the issues and some of the things that are going on that we need to address. And there's some that are really vital right now that we need to address really quickly, that we just found out about. But, you know, and they're going to be costly. And how do we get that message out? So what do you need to get that out?
So, and Richard, let's go back to the rules. We have to be the ones advocating if it's a item on the ballot.
Yes.
You guys cannot advocate at all. And so that's where it does fall on this body. And the gas tax is the one that really comes to my mind. You know, the council years back had forwarded a gas tax that the voters resoundingly shot down. And in the next year afterwards, I was getting, you know, some pushback on a social media platform that we're all now trying to avoid about our street conditions. And it's, you know, to me, this is where I thought we did tons of education around it. And yet the citizens were clearly like, no, we're not going to give you any more money, but yep, you're going to fix the streets anyway. And so that's where it comes to us to educate people, you know, the expense of these things. And it's a choice. If you don't want to fix the streets, that's fine. But you need to take ownership, and we need to take ownership of that. So more than it just being the right thing, city staff cannot advocate for something that's on the ballot.
Yeah. So once you get it put on the ballot, we have to shut up. And we can't say for or against. We have to, any material we present out has to be
Neutral.
100% neutral. Wes Hare, who was here and helped with the interviews for the assistant, he got in trouble because there was an extra "the" in the material they sent out on the ballot measure in Albany. And the judge said, hey, that extra "the" implies this support or opposition to this, you know, and it was just kind of, really? But yeah, so we go through those things very carefully. And what that means is if you're going to put anything on the ballot, we want to get all the education and all the information from staff out to you and to the public before you even vote on putting it on the ballot. So that resource is there and available. And then we sit back and it's already there. Once it's already a document, you guys can refer to it and point it out to do that during the ballot process. But so without further ado, since we've got 1 hour left, Faye will take over from here and talk about our public works portion of what's going on.
All right. Well, thank you. And this has been a great meeting so far. Not going to be a Debbie Downer, but there is definitely some information that I want to share with you today. And because we got an hour, I'm going to change it up just a little bit. I'll still start with the street funds. What I'm hoping to do is explain what we have. So essentially, we have 50 miles of streets in Cottage Grove. And it doesn't take anybody very long to drive around Cottage Grove and determine that there's probably a maintenance item, there's something, you know, rebuilt wrong with probably every piece of our streets, except for hopefully you won't find anything wrong with 4th Street and the projects that we have been doing. So when I came here 4 years ago, there was a pretty good reserves in the street fund. We were able to immediately mobilize and spend close to $400,000, I believe it was, just off the top of my head, in repaving, grinding and repaving South 6th Street and a portion of Mosby Creek there in front of Starfire. Those 2 roads were really in very poor condition. The following year, we have a bridge report here that was done in 2016. We're mandated to do an analysis on a basis. It's not yearly, but we're required to, you know, look at them, inspect them, get reports. And OBEC did a report, and we had 3 bridges that had deficiencies that needed to be repaired. So the second year I was here, we worked towards getting the bid out. It was a little bit later than expected, and that project actually rolled from the fall of 2018 through the winter months. But we were able to spend close to $460,000 in making the emergency or much needed repairs to those 3 bridges. Then we rolled into the spring of 2019. We were fortunate to receive a grant for the swinging bridge, and the swinging bridge was really the focus of our transportation resources at the tune of, with grants and the total project of just over $800,000. And then we, from 2019 to today, we've been diligently working on the Safe Routes to Schools project, which was essentially guidance was given to council, I believe, back in 2014 or 15, that said, hey, we want to improve the routes to school, to the middle school, because of, I believe there was an accident involving a youth in an intersection. So that project came to the top. We were fortunate to take advantage. This project had been in the works. The state passed a funding mechanism for transportation, which included a Safe Routes to School grant application process, and we were blessed with almost $1.3 million worth of revenue from the state specifically for this project and for really ADA improvement, sidewalks, and improving the actual physical pedestrian and biking connection to the school. At this point, our reserves that we had, which comes from what we receive approximately $115,000 a year of what we call federal funding. It's urban aid. It's based on an allocation of population and the resources they have. When I got here, I believe there was close to $800,000 in that fund we get each year. State funding is appropriated through state gas tax and some funding from the federal government that flows through the state to us. And over the years, it's increased. It took a pretty decent increase before COVID hit, when the House passed a transportation bill that included increasing fuel tax, car registrations, and then that appropriation process allocated about I think $60,000 more a year from the state, and it'll gradually ratchet up provided the world gets back to normal within a period of time where we'll be receiving about $400,000 a year in additional state. Last year's appropriation from the state was expected to come in at $797,000. And we're actually hoping, last report I got from League of Oregon Cities shows that it's going to be closer to $700,000. I think we're predicting about an almost $100,000 shortfall because of the COVID and the gas tax sales and statewide. And the final piece of revenue that we get yearly is, of course, the city gas tax. And we are hopefully on pace to barely make our budgeted amount. We always budget a little bit less than what we actually receive, with the expectation that we have some money there to cushion in case something happens. But we're hoping to receive close to $400,000 this year. If COVID hadn't hit, we might have been closer to the number, but that's just the impacts that we see. So that's a total of about $1.3 million. So I wanted to talk a little bit about operating expenses. So in our budget, our operating expenses are close to $940,000 a year. And I share with you that we pay for the lights, the street lights. The street lighting bill for our utilities is close to $90,000 a year. Almost 10% of the money that we receive just goes to keep the lights on in the evenings for people that travel safe. We also maintain all the stoplights. We have a contract through ODOT. That's about $40,000 a year to maintain those and come down and repair them. And then we do just a myriad of items like sign replacement, street striping, curb painting, tree trimming, pothole repairs, grading, alley grading and rocking. And in fact, we've done some of that this last week in hopes of, our goal is this next month to hopefully have gotten all of our alleys, the garbage cleaned up, blackberries cut, get the gravel and get them in operating condition. We also mow the grass, the brush along the streets, like Gateway, in those areas that, aren't adjacent to somebody's home where they're maintaining that. These are our main thoroughfares. We have median strips that we're in charge of maintaining. Also, dispose of dead animals, pick up the garbage, crack sealing. 2 years ago, we started a crack sealing program, which I hope to return this next year, because that's an excellent maintenance item. Crosswalk, directional painting, maintaining the dead end roads and street barricades. And then this year we've been blessed, but we also have to make sure that we're prepared for snow removal and winter sanding, street sanding, and then of course maintaining all the equipment that's involved and paying for supplies and wages. That's where that's what costs $940,000 a year. Which leaves us each year out of those three revenues slots close to $350,000 to possibly $400,000 to where we can apply for capital improvements, maintenance items that are over and above what our crew can do. Back in 2019, December of 2019, we had a company, Emilio, that took the city's software program Paver, and they went out and did a condition index, placed a condition index on all of our streets. They looked at every street in the city. And our average condition index for the city at that time was 57.6%. So we're in the fair category when we're looking at it. That's just the way it worked. So since 2019 to today, I asked the gentleman, Emilio, what's the condition index today? And the condition index is now 53.55. So we have essentially, roads are continuing to wear out, deteriorate because of use and weather and various different things. In the report in 2019, the question was asked, how much resources, how much money would the city need to spend on a yearly basis just to maintain the streets with that ultimate condition of essentially 58 as a condition index. And that number came out at $1.4 million a year. So the reason we're going backwards is because we're not able to spend the 1.4. We only have essentially $400,000 a year to spend on the streets. So ultimately we're going backwards no matter what we do. Some of the things that we've been able to do to stretch the city's dollars is, I mentioned crack sealing. So crack sealing is an important piece to help keep the streets from deteriorating at a faster rate because it fills, we put sealant in the cracks, which doesn't allow the water to go into the base. Base failure is what really ends up causing the streets to fail quicker. And it's also very expensive when you get to that point where you have to replace or repair the base. It just adds additional cost to the project. If we were to move the index to 72, which is a good condition, that's kind of the lower end of the good condition. And to put it in perspective, when I was at the county's condition index for all of its roads in Lane County were at 71%. So if you're out on county roads, that'll give you kind of a feel for what our roads would look like if we were able to achieve that level of condition index. And that cost would be approximately $2.8 million a year for 10 years to get us to that point. I wanted to circle back to the crack sealing. So 2 years ago when we had summer hires and we had the resources, we spent approximately $40,000 on crack sealing, which equated to approximately 275,000 lineal feet of crack sealing. So when you go out to Gateway or the streets around and you see where we've crack sealed, that was done that year. And if we would have paid a contractor to come in and do that at an average of anywhere from 90 cents to $1 a lineal foot to crack seal, we would have had to have spent close to $250,000 for that work to be done that we did with our crews for essentially a fifth of what it would have cost us to do it, contract it out. So we're working hard to try to stretch the dollars and address what's before us. That being said, what guides a lot of our decisions are these different plans. So I mentioned we got the bridge plan, we have the paver plan, and then we have our transportation system plan, which was adopted in 2015. The transportation system plan generally guides our new investments in new roads. Paver and our inspections really address the current infrastructure. And so when we get into capital funding, that's where our system development charges can be spent because we're increasing capacity and building new roads. So in our last budget, one of the areas that we're focusing on for capital investment in the road funds is trying to complete the stretch of our street from Sweet Lane through the industrial park and connection to Highway 99. That's one of the projects that is eligible for system development charges. We also look for projects that increase capacity and meet the rules that allow for system development fees to be charged on other projects that we do. It's just difficult if we can't increase the capacity. It's really hard to spend that money legally in those other areas. If we have those items, and then some of the cost drivers is really just the fact that things wear out. Streets get used. If you can't apply maintenance items to it, fill cracks, if you can't put slurry seals on them to extend the life of the pavement, they're just going to wear out because of the nature of whether it's the use of the vehicles, heavy vehicles, or it's, just natural deterioration. Other cost drivers that are difficult and out of our control is the price of materials. In case in point, oil it was a great time to buy pavement this last year when the price of oil was only, $20 a barrel, a fraction of what it's been in the past. But as all of us know, as we go to the gas pump, the price is going up. And so therefore, the materials and products that we're going to use to maintain the street are going to go up too and escalate. Some of the opportunities for funding that we're trying to prepare ourselves for, Richard mentioned some of the things that it sounds like Mary Gowan and Richard are on the same page, was what kind of projects can we start looking at, what are costs, and get them in the queue, get them prepared and designed so that when there's a potential federal funding source or some windfall coming to the city, we're in a good position to apply for those and hopefully get awarded. So I'm getting a price to get a price for repaving Row River Road in front of the car dealerships from Thornton to county line there at I think it's Eastside Market, hopefully it's still that. Looking at Whitaker, which is from essentially Gateway Main Street over to Thornton, which is by Bimart and under the freeway, that stretches in poor condition. Looking at 16th Street, I'm hoping to get a price on North 16th Street from Main Street to Ostrander. And also there's another piece that I asked for a price on, and that's the turn lane for the heavy trucks there on Gateway. So as you go past the Vintage Inn and they're queuing to turn into that truck parking in the back, that one turn lane is very close to failure. So we're getting prices on those, finding out how long it would take to mobilize and design and prepare bid documents for those items in case there's a federal infrastructure bill that gets passed and in the next 6 months, which I suspect it is potentially a reality with that's being spent in Washington DC right now. So us being prepared for money to come is going to help. And it's going to help improve the index. Now, if we were able to do those projects that I talked about, improvement projects, it would lift our pavement condition index back to approximately 58. So we would recover from the 3 years of going backwards if we were able to do that level of investment in the community. But I point that out because it doesn't move us to 72 and it still doesn't address the structural issue of how we generate resources to pay for getting our streets in better condition.
So Faye, what about River Road from Maine north to Woodson? That's a pretty rough stretch and it's one of our main streets.
Right.
It's in pretty bad shape as well.
That's great. What I'm hoping to do is in this budget, what I'm working to propose to you is bringing back crack sealing so we can complete the crack sealing on River Road. Also getting prices for a company to come in and do a chip seal. We've had them looked at it. I'm waiting for prices to see what River Road would look like, cost to do some of that. I'm also proposing that we do extensive dig outs and spot repairs. So it would be nice to fix areas, that little strip of Harrison Street from River Road to R Street intersection. If you kind of went through the little S corners there, if you not careful, you might lose your vehicle through
The alligator count.
But I'm hoping to come up with enough resources to, spot fix some of these things and do whatever we can to extend the life of out so that we can push a major repavement in some of these areas to when we have the resources to do it. Okay.
Oh, go ahead. Have you done any analysis on what it would take to become a road builder internally in the city? I mean, when you compare the crack or the chips or the crack sealing, 40,000 versus something like that. Of course, there's a big hit up front with equipment and training and additional staff and getting that on board. But if we really, as a city, say collectively, we want nice streets. We want to be a place that has nice streets, and that's going to be a 10-year period. I'd be interested to see if the return on investment for becoming a full-fledged road builder.
So that thought has crossed my mind, but we have some state laws that won't allow us to do that. When you do public projects over a certain size, and specifically in the road realm, if it's over $100,000 in magnitude, we're essentially mandated to bid those projects out to private companies. So we kind of are forced to find a fine line. So when I talk about patches, that would be a combination effort of us going and doing the saw cutting, digging out the existing alligator failing pavement, and have a company right behind us replacing the pavement. Certainly, we could buy equipment and we could get a small paver and we could do that, but I really believe that I would want legal counsel to review it before we headed down that road, because I really do think state statute limits what we can do in that realm.
The other piece would be the batch plants. And we'd be buying it from them anyway, from their batch plants, and they'd probably be charging us a fee that would be considerably higher than what they typically pay for their batches, just to make up for that expense as well. We wouldn't have the ability to do asphalt or concrete in the batch. So it would be subject to their.
Well, I think it's really important to have those projects lined out, because that's exactly why we got the improvements on Highway 99 from Woodson to basically the river. Is Amanda had that for a bike ped crossing, you know, putting everything, vehicles, everything in there. She had that in ready to go. And ODOT came up with money for a bike ped project. And we were the only one in the region that had one that was ready to go with. So we got the money. And
that was, I believe there was a key component for the safe routes to schools. We had a project that was designed, we were ready to go. That was a key piece of learning experience that I took away from at the county is if you remember back when there was the American Recovery RRA Act that was passed, Wayne County didn't have a single project that was ready and qualified to apply for, and all that money that got dispersed throughout the country went to other places because we weren't prepared. So that's kind of why it's important to me and hopefully all of us that we have projects, even though we can't get them out the door, but we're ready to mobilize when opportunities come before us.
So since we're talking about this in our goal session, it seems to me that what I believe would be a good course, I would recommend a work session to go over this, because I'm thinking about all the years I've been sitting here. I've had presentations over the years about, you talk about crack sealing, but we had a very long education period about, if water gets under the street to the base and how it reduces the lifespan of a street, whereby sealing those cracks can actually extend the life of a road from 20 to 30 years for a fraction of the cost. And so I think what we need is the education about what we can do to save money, what sort of ideas can we do, to repair streets at a cheaper way, but also what are we going to do to fix the structural deficit in our funding for our streets. And so I'm not even suggesting a gas tax, because unless the citizens are in support, there's just really no point. And I say that with a little bit of bitterness, because, the other jurisdictions in our area are charging much more in gas tax than we are. And yet I have a lot of complaints about the conditions of our streets from the same folks who have said they won't support a gas tax. And so that to me is frustrating. And I think the answer to that is education. And if the answer is still, we don't care about the condition of our street, then I guess I'm okay to live with that. But I think having a work session around that, talk about gas tax, should we do that? I know that bonding has not necessarily been a popular discussion with everybody, but if we bonded and went to the voters for, a street, we could also do the water, wastewater, and storm in the same thing. So part of the problem with gas tax dollars is they are absolutely restricted only to the street. You can't do any of the infrastructure under the street with those dollars. Whereas bonding, you could do all of the necessary improvements to that section of the street. Again, I'm not saying I support or don't support these things, but I think having a conversation around what are the options, and I think we have it with the public to see what are the desires of the citizens of Cottage Grove, and if there's no support, what's our contingency plan to maintain what we have. And I really appreciate the discussion you're having about creating these projects in case funds come available. But I do think a work session around this would be really valuable, and have a discussion with the community about what sorts of things would you support, but including nothing.
Over bonding, because 6th Street's a really good one. People would come to me that live at Riverstone Trailer Park, say, you need to do something about 6th Street prior to getting repaired. And it's like, well, let's do a gas tax, because you drive that every day. I don't. I'm more concerned about Highway 99. That's the one I drive, and it's not even our street. But, it's the gas tax, everybody's paying. The bond comes out of my taxes.
Mhm.
And so my taxes go up for the community member that's out of town that drives that street. I'm more for gas tax than over bond for that reason.
Well, and once again, I'm not advocating one or the other or either, to be honest. I just think let's get all of the information around streets together. Let's have a work session, get some feedback from the public. Because like I said, I can't tell you the number of postings I see on Facebook where they have a pothole with some, animation in it, and where a lot of people are being critical of the city for the condition of the streets. Well, okay, step up, give us your input. I, like you, support doing a gas tax, but if the citizens don't, we're spinning our wheels, even having this discussion amongst ourselves. So this is what I really think would be, and a goal would be, to reach, public outreach around our street situation is something I would support for sure.
If you're gonna do that, you almost have to do the water system too, for the same reason. I just worry about the climate is almost sets us up for just a blanket disapproval of just about anything we're gonna do. It's bleak and it's hard to be positive and proactive when this situation is the way that Faye's described it to us. I think the education and outreach is a long-term ongoing thing that is absolutely critical in just about every aspect of what we do.
Not going to solve this problem, but I just think I have an ideal in mind about the volunteer power of any community that bands together. I get sad when I hear, well, there's a date and something blocks us from doing this efficiently. That bothers me to no end. And so I think, how do we get around that? And are there some ways that we have to just buck these efficiency killers to help our own community? Like work parties, community block party, work party kind of thing. Like, can we pick a street? I know a lot of people are, from what I hear, maybe a lot's hyperbolic, filling potholes themselves. I got a call from a guy that moved to Tennessee. He was just saying, he's like, I've been filling this particular pothole and getting no response over and over and over again. And so he goes out and pays and buys the material and keeps filling it before he moved. So that probably, in my mind, couldn't be sanctioned. It couldn't be okayed, right? That sucks because that's actually the lowest cost fix temporarily. Hopefully it's not doing more damage.
Well, that was going to be the point I was going to bring up.
But yes, we have, but that's the thing that kills this, is this worry, this culture of worry and concern about litigation, about everything. And it's just stopping us from having a nicer community. Is there any way we can figure out how to rally people together so that there's buy-in, so that that we can see the results ourselves, that we're not like sticker shocked every time we present a bill because it's like, well, that's the cost of doing government. It's like, man, we could do that for like 1/8 of the cost. Like, how do we get past this? If anything's going to build community together, in my opinion, it's all of us seeing these gains. Look at what we achieved, like together, without going through these traditional routes, because of, they may be legitimate fears, but like it just, and this might be even a cultural statement because I see it right now. There's stuff popping up under the scenes because public sentiment would shut it down or cancel it, but people are living in little pockets of like freedom. I don't know if we can be a little pocket of efficiency here in the city, but I guess.
Yeah, and we just talked to Senator Brzezinski yesterday about a bill that was introduced in the Senate and actually got out to go to the floor to vote, where they're requiring that road projects, housing projects would be paid the going bargaining agreement rates for salaries and wages and costs for the region. So you have to calculate all this out, which would raise costs. That's the premise that we were saying, hey, this is going to increase affordable housing. It's going to increase all this stuff we're trying to do, but we're doing things to incentivize it, and then you're passing laws that are increasing the cost. You know, you've got to stop doing that. And yeah, I mean, that's a real challenge.
What power do we have to say, you know what? No, we're not going to do that. We're going to do what's best for this city.
Yeah, and the provisions associated with Lowly, it'd be great to do a little civil disobedience and do that, but you then you end up paying treble wages.
Right.
And, you know, that is paying triple the impact of what you just did. Salem had that happen with the project they did in Salem on the carousel project in their park. They had volunteers come in and build the carousel, do the electrical and stuff like that. The court ruled that was a public project, and they had to end up paying the volunteers or the contractors or the people who were doing the work for them that under the Lowly wage, they ended up paying 3 times.
Sign a contract that says I'll give that money back as volunteer. Like,
But it's illegal. Yeah, that's.
So, and I guess going back to what we can do, watch those LSC legislative updates, you know, when they give us a call, like they did just on the SDC, you know, legislation, you know, that's our opportunity to speak to those folks. We can also call our, you know, Senator Przonski or Representative Hayden as well, and, you know, express our concerns around legislation that does impact our ability to do that. You know, and LOC is always going to say local control. And quite frankly, often I think I see the legislature doing things in a one size fits all or a Portland centric when it comes to infrastructure. It's like, oh my God, you think that's the only place in Oregon that has infrastructure? And I'm sure glad this is being publicized so they can hear that. You know, it is our voice. You know, that's what we're here to do, is to advocate for our community and our citizens as well, and call those folks.
Well, and this is the best year to be looking at too, because if you guys were at the city hall day at the Capitol, they said, you know, everything's virtual. So you can give testimony from your house. You don't have to take time off and go to Salem to go participate. So, you know, voice your opinion on the floor. This is in legislative.
so that's kind of what I thought the whole DC trip was going to be. And then when we got there, they had picked the speakers and we were eliminated. Like, I had prepared a bunch of questions and then we were not given a forum. So is it similar to that?
No,
Is
no.
that-
No. If you go speak to the legislature and committees, absolutely. It's just like in our process. You go in there, you sign up for it. I've gone for El Rapa. So we as a city pushed to get a full-time seat on the El Rapa board years ago. So I went with Merlin, our director, up to the legislature. We spoke in committee about a bill that Senator Lively had brought forward. And so it's just like here, we go and speak, give our testimony. And so now, as Mayor Gowing's saying, in this legislative environment, we can actually just do that rather than driving 2 hours each way and spending the time waiting, you know, for the committee. We can do it virtually, which is a huge advantage I see.
But I mean, and that's going to be just a piece of the road. I mean, when we start looking at and talking earlier with what the mayor was bringing up, when we look at a road and with the federal laws and all the other requirements, if we make major improvements on a road, then we have to do the ADA stuff as well. And the ADA stuff we're doing, and the stuff at the project, a huge portion of it. We're doing 2 miles of sidewalk work and 52 curb cuts that as you do the road, you're going to do every driveway, you're going to do all of those back to the new standards of ADA.
Yeah, the pavement portion of the work we've done on the Safe Routes to School costs about $600,000. It's the requirements of all the other items specifically for ADA. That portion of the project, by the time we figure in not only the 1.3 million from the state, but we had design fees. We also had easement right away. We had property purchases just to do the ADA portion of that project was probably in the neighborhood of $1.6 million, which is almost 3 times the cost. I mean, it takes a project now is 4 times total cost just to repave the surface because we're mandated by law to do the other work.
And there's reasons for that.
Right,
The
yeah.
ADA has specific reasons that they're trying to achieve. Some of the sidewalks we're doing, we've done before to old ADA standards, but they've changed those. And that's, that's one of the exact reasons why ODOT wants to push the maintenance for the crosswalk to us, is those standards are such that they got sued because somebody went out and measured one of their ramps, and at one point, the grade was not the right grade by just a small amount, and they got sued for it. ODOT did, and so they had to rebuild it, plus they had to pay the attorney for that lawsuit. And we talked about this when we built the one out on River Road,
Row River Road, that crosswalk that we built there, so that, it's a state road, we got a state grant, but we had to supply a certain percentage of the money for the project. There was portions of that crosswalk that had to be redone 3 times to meet ADA.
And they had,
The inspector came out before this board and said, good, go ahead and pour it. The inspection crew comes out from ODOT to double check it. They don't use a 4-foot bubble level to check it. They use a 1-foot bubble level to check for ADA if you've met.
Oh.
And it's almost, literally, times some level when you have to pass that level of process to meet the criteria.
And that's a result of the lawsuit, because they were using the level before. And the attorney went out and said, no, the law says it's this percentage, and he used a 1-foot or a 6-inch level to show that it wasn't at the level. And so, yeah, we've got these problems. That's the reality. But it gets us back to how are we going to address the road conditions, the issues that we have? How are we going to fund it?
Can I circle back and just kind of make sure that I understand everything that you've just said? You've mentioned Row River Road, Whitaker from Gateway to Thornton, North 16th Street, and the turn lane on Gateway. And you've asked for quotes on what it would cost to complete these projects and have them on standby, hoping for grants in the next 6 months.
Yeah.
But that still leaves us approximately $350,000 to $400,000 to maintain what we currently have. And completing these projects would bring us up to that 58%.
That's correct.
If we're not up to that 72%, is that
Yeah.
accurate?
It'll take a 10-year investment of almost $2.8 million each year to bring us up to the 72.
Are these projects into that number?
I'm sure that if we dove down into I picked out some of the worst of the worst as far as road projects that we need to fix that are, highly used areas. That's why that list was what it is. All these, not all of them, but all the current plans, I hope to have, we're going to restructure the public works web page, and I want to make all of these available for the citizens to go through and look at. So you'll be able to, we'll get you a copy of the paver, and you'll be able to see the pavement index for every street, what condition it's rated at, what portions of it, because they're not just the entire street, they're portions that are good, portions that are bad. You'll be able to look at it and see, wow, okay, that's what that means.
So, no, go ahead, John.
Sorry. Did the state and federal governments tend to, in days past, take help out a little more with this stuff? It seems like the Americans with Disability Act, the United States of America should be helping us comply with that. That's a federal unfunded mandate is what I can.
Unfunded mandate.
And there used to be, they used to have, we were in on the ICE-T funding and some of the other earlier transportation funding. But then the Congress took the road that, hey, we're not gonna do that anymore, and we're not gonna have the Christmas tree bills that have all the little ornaments of projects hooked onto them, and the major transportation stuff that, we just got notice yesterday or Thursday that Congressman DeFazio is putting together a transportation bill package again. That's kind of what we're hoping for is, some of that. We're also seeing that the state has some money that is supposed to be going out to the cities to make up for lost revenue as well as just there for transportation. But it stopped. And there isn't any funding for ADA anymore unless it's in one of those transportation bills or packages. So it's the same thing that happened to water, stormwater and sewer utilities as well. When they first passed the Clean Water Act or the Safe Drinking Water Act, those came with money from the federal government. And then it changed from being grants to loan programs. And we tried a loan for wastewater.
Actually, I'd share with you that there is funding out there. A lot of times it's through grant programs or through rural development, various different programs. So take for instance, we wanted to do the automated meters and I was watching it. Wow, there's a grant opportunity through rural development for automated meters. So we fill out the application. Bert works really hard, gets all the information to them. Boy, I'm feeling pretty good. It looks like you guys are going to qualify. They've crunched the numbers and come back to us and says, sorry, Cottage Grove, you don't qualify for a grant to do this project because your water rates aren't high enough to your citizens.
And that's actually not just that. I mean, we've had that come back on us a number of times over the years.
But I can just speak to that one because it's something that we've done pretty recent. But that's generally been my experience in whether it's elected life or here is that while they do have programs out there, you get excited, you go through all the work, and then you find out you don't qualify because your poverty rate isn't high enough, or, you used to be able to get lots of rural development grants for, like, South Lane Mental Health was able to get a grant to buy and renovate their building. We don't even qualify for that funding source anymore because our poverty rate's not low enough. I mean, not high enough in the.
Well, and we're in a state pool for CDBG dollars as well, which means that we're now in a competition with all the small cities in the state for those funds.
Another thought on roads, every avenue of efficiency. What about newer technologies or other non-asphalt alternatives? Is there anything that has higher permanence or lower ongoing maintenance costs, even if it has higher upfront costs, especially if we're getting potentially some federal dollars where you wouldn't be able to even raise that in a gas tax over a certain period of time. But if your project includes a higher upfront cost, maybe qualify for more. I don't know what concrete is. What about these permeable concrete things? What other solutions are we looking at those? Are we on tunneling? Like, think outside of the box, like.
So we certainly do. I think myself, the engineers and the utility folks, we get all different kinds of new technology catalogs and different things that come to us. Probably one of the items that I think has some benefit for our community that I'm interested in doing can't do it until we get the money, but there is a machine out there that they call a zipper that is like a huge rototiller. So what it ends up doing is we're going to do a street. You just take that machine down there and it grinds the top asphalt and it mixes it down up to 12 inches deep. You do an analysis as to, what's needed to improve the base. The things that a product that they use is they add concrete. So you would grind it and then you would pour a strip of concrete down there or pour it while you're grinding it in. And essentially you created a solid 12-inch block underneath, which is going to, drastically improve the road base, and to where really the only thing that's going to wear out in the future is going to be that initial surface, your paving. So then you just have a lot smaller portion that you have to take care of in later years. So yes, there are, but once again, as we have resources to expand in that area, we'll be looking at these technologies because we want to do the best we can, stretch the dollars for the city.
So in our conversation, I'm gonna have a really hard time putting fight energy into getting a message out there that's the bare minimum. So if we can make a proposal, it's like, and it has a 20-year payoff, or if it goes further, that's what I want to fight for. That's going to benefit us all the way down the road. And that would be worth it. If you lose that fight, maybe we have a fallback plan, but like, what puts us in the best position long-term?
So, and I think
Right.
to the work session, I mean, there are a lot of things that are impacting us right now. So gas tax is a diminishing return as vehicles become more efficient, as we get more electric vehicles, the revenues are gonna, so I mean, it's not a long-term solution. Like Faye talked about with bases, gosh, we've had education about, different streets have different requirements for the base because you now have trucks on it. And I mean, I think just a really, road construction 101 and road financing 101 for us and for the community would be awesome.
That's where your basis is. What's a Clark Anthony Bryant area? That's 6 inches of gravel over clay.
Brian doesn't have any gravel. It's 2 or 3 inches of asphalt on top of clay.
And that was developed 60 years ago. And so when you don't prep your road, it's going to fail.
Right.
And, even when you prep them, they're going to fail. But I mean, and that
Eventually.
the ruts, if you haven't paid attention, go into the McTruck stop, the Chevron there, and then come out to go towards Bymark, because then you've got to drive over those ruts. You will really notice how bad they are. And, how many trucks come in there every day? And that's where I have a hard time with ODOT is they should be fixing that. It's they're getting the money off the PUC that those trucks are paying. We're not.
But I love some of the comments about concrete. I mean, gosh, look at the concrete streets in our city. I actually just by work in the old neighborhood, O Street right there by Ash and whatnot is concrete. And I mean, I'm not saying it's ideal, but how old is that road? Concrete just has, such a longer lifespan, but then again, it's also much more expensive to build. So, but I love that idea of a conversation because that's a long-term that, makes sense. So I love having those conversations. You bet.
There's some concrete roads in the old neighborhood that are almost exactly 100 years old. They're stamped on the corner, 1924.
Sure.
So Richard, do we want to try to move to and spend any time on wastewater? Or?
Well, yeah, let's, anything else on streets? We'll do and maybe that's what maybe we so we'll probably have another meeting to talk about goals, but do we want to scrap that long list of goals that you've got there that we've had in the past and let's just do some really essential basic goals of, we're going to have a big discussion about streets. So we're going to have a big discussion about wastewater. Maybe we'll start that here with a little 10-minute. Exciting news on wastewater comments and stuff because we've got some new stuff that just came up, right?
And I had, when Richard said he was going to do this, I thought that this is better than this because this stuff is what we're really going to be able to do, or at least we should be leaning towards doing, where a lot of this, if it's not in that, it's nice things that we probably would never accomplish anyway. But that's the nuts and bolts of the city.
Okay. So wastewater. Basically, I want to start this with the 3 utilities, water, wastewater, and storm. They're highly regulated by the state and the federal government. EPA and DEQ, or the Oregon Health Authority, they regulate it to a fine point. So when we treat drinking water, we have to abide by our drinking water permit that we have through the Oregon Health Authority. And we have a certain level of purity and quality that we have to treat to. And if we don't meet that, we're going to get fines. Okay. The same thing happens with wastewater. We have, through the Department of Environmental Quality, under the guidance of the EPA, we have a discharge permit, a national pollutant discharge permit that is supposed to be renewed every 5 years. It has, the last one that we have on record right now was, it was renewed in 2011, and it's been on extension after the 2016 to today. It's probably going to be on extension for possibly another 1.5 to 2 years. And when that permit comes in, it's going to tell us exactly what we have to treat to. Last, probably 2 weeks ago, the city received a letter from the DEQ, the state, that essentially tells us that now we are going to have to treat our effluent or treat our septage to include mercury removal or mercury. There's going to be a limit of, now, instead of right now under our permit, we have two main things that we treat to, is temperature and phosphorus. And those are really strictly watched during the summer months from April through October. We have strict limits to do. There's also coliforms. There's a lot of different items, but now we're going to have mercury. It also looks like copper that can be factored into it. So we won't know for another 1.5 years or so exactly what limits those are going to be. If we're in violation, what our options are to, how long do we have to implement a piece of equipment that would, help us meet those requirements. But right now, last week, so we're working through that process. And then this last week, it was brought to my attention, which we knew that we had a piece of equipment out there at the wastewater treatment plant. It's called a clarifier. We have 2 of them. Between the 2 of them, they allow our capacity at the plant to be close to 14 million gallons of treatment capacity a day with when they're both up and operational. And we need that in the winter months. Well, this last week, the oldest clarifier, which was built back in the 70s, we are struggling to make it operate. So the challenge this year, this summer, is going to be to what can we do to bring it back into operation so that we can extend its life as long as we possibly can while we look at options for a complete rebuild or a brand new. The reason I say we're going to be doing a look this summer, and we have to find a way to make it operational before winter months when our flows increase, is because it's going to take at least a year to build a new clarifier. And we won't, if we can't make the clarifier work, then there's no way we're going to be able to meet our discharge permits, which means we'll be in violation, and we will most likely have some pretty hefty fines to be paying while that's not operational. In the FCS study that was reported to us and the recommended rates that we needed to adopt, this item was the next project to take place. It wasn't that we knew that this was going to happen. It's just something that this item needed to be upgraded. A second item that's included in the FCS study for capital improvements for that facility is a drying equipment so that we can dry our biosolids. What we do today, and we've done probably for several years, is we take our biosolids and we can only treat them to a certain level. And then we load them in a truck trailer and they truck them down to Hertz, close to Roseburg, and they further process our biosolids. Before that, the biosolids were, before the plant was rebuilt, the biosolids were at a point where they could be taken out and land applied to local farms, which was much cheaper. But when the plant was rebuilt and it went I believe this is what I've been told, it went from anaerobic to aerobic digestion. The problem that was happening was as those biosolids are stored, they reactivate themselves, and that's what caused, a pretty nasty stink. And so that being said, we rely upon herd farms to take our biosolids and which is a part of our permit to be able to treat that to a certain level. Herd Farms has done a major upgrade, and there's no reason to believe that they're not going to be able to take our biosolids in the future. But I feel strongly that we try to process those further ourselves and create a product that we can use in our community, on our golf courses, on our parks, offer to our citizens for their flower beds and various different things. And that's included in the project, along with some pretty major repairs that need to take place in our infrastructure out in the community. Our utility crews, I mean, I can't tell you on average, but they at least repair one spot a week in our community that has failed in our sewer system. And so we need to apply resources to get our infrastructure in better shape. Another reason why we need to improve our infrastructure is that it's old. I mean, well, we have areas that still have the red clay tile pipe, possibly 100 years old. We have concrete pipes that have been in the ground 80 plus years, and everything wears out, and they're still flowing in most cases, and we keep them going, but we need to make a conscious effort to start replacing those, reduce the amount of influent of stormwater that can get in those pipes and come to our plant, and reduce the winter flow rates that we have to treat to. Will extend the capacity of our plant for years to come. So
Faye, that was a question I was going to have about I&I. So when we were doing our trailer project, we found that as the crews were looking at the drains for the old hospital site, it was still going into the wastewater instead of the storm system.
Well, and the reason that it was that way, coming out, Councilor Fleck, was that they were piped separately, but there was a failure in the sewer pipe and the storm pipe, which allowed it to penetrate into the sewer pipe, so they combined.
I gotcha.
So we made that repair, and
Right.
that's, a lot of places in our community that's taken place.
But the question is then, do we want to go back to smoke testing? So that's a way that, you can find those, connections. And so I guess, so bottom line, I guess, what are the solutions then as the next step, right?
Yeah, so we have a camera system. The council bought a extensive camera system. We're cameraing all of our lines. We're detecting where the weak points are. The last 2 years, we've spent, $30,000 a year the last 2 years in relining manholes. We have taken our brick manholes that, just a nice natural filter to let water in. They've all been lined, and now that we've locked out that intrusion. We just completed 18 repairs of items that this underground technology company that we talked about at the beginning of the meeting, where they can actually go inside the pipes and do spot repairs. They did 18 of them. That's a huge savings, because if we were to do those repairs, we're cutting the street apart, we're digging a trench, we're replacing the pipe, we put it all back. The only thing this individual group had to do was crawl down on the manholes, send the material down in with their machine, and fix the pipe.
But they're fixing an old pipe.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be other failures.
Some of the other new technology, you might remember a couple of years ago, we did pipe bursting. That's an incredible technology that we have probably 4 lines right now that we have designed. We're ready to go to bid. That may change because of the clarifier that needs to be replaced, but those are backlot sewers where they're very hard to get into because backyards, no no real access points, and if we can just pull in a new pipe and reconnect them to the homes, it's pretty economic.
You did say these projects you mentioned, they were in the numbers we just saw from the FCS?
Yeah.
So the clarifier, for example, is not over and above
It's not, if
numbers?
it was a project that was included in
Okay.
the FCF study, that's why the rate increases.
You're not really giving us worse news in that sense.
No.
It just sounds like we have to do it sooner than later is what it sounds like.
Now, FCS did provide us some alternatives for the 12, 12, and 12. But if you do that, then those projects get pushed out.
Well, there'd be no way to fund the clarifier if we did, but so we ran some other numbers knowing that there was a lot of concern with them. So if we removed all of our capital improvement projects, just maintained the debt service that we have right now and the operations, we would need in 2022 a 5% increase, and then from 23, 24, and 25 a 3% increase each year. That's just to maintain the current system that we have right now in operations. There's other options here, but they push the capital improvement projects out to 23, 24. We need it in 22, 23. We have to do something with this clarifier. So really, we're kind of, it's a tough position to be in, but it's something that we don't have a lot of choices because of the permit and the requirements by the entities for us to operate.
And I guess I would just offer, I would not modify our CIPs. I mean, the whole point of having capital improvement plans is this is what we need to maintain and improve the condition of our system. And if we don't do these things, which is what the reason we're in this place is because these were not built in for years, and there's actually, I think it was called Liquid Assets. There was this video that we saw a number of years ago, which basically was cities all over the nation did this. They built, huge amounts of infrastructure over the years and then just forgot about these pipes on the ground. And so you have pipes in the ground that are, a 35-year lifespan that are 50 and 60 years old. And so we're not unique in that, but the thing of it is what we have to do is build into our rates and our SDC fees and everything, ways of replacing these over time. And this is what a business would do. You would look at your depreciation. Okay, over time, I know I'm going to have to buy this piece of equipment, so I build this into my costs. And this is what we're talking about. So enterprise funds are run like a business, and this is what we have to do. And so I think it's very short-sighted to put off. I mean, I know fees are unpopular, but I think if we're actually responsible in a business sense, these are things we have to do to maintain this utility. And so I certainly am not in favor of putting off fees, for especially for current ones, and especially if fines might actually increase the cost more than just the themselves.
Liquid Assets video is on our webpage, and we'll be, like they said, one of the things we're going to do is be cleaning up the page so you can get to this information, and all those reports go to the streets and everything will be in one place. You'll be able to go and here's the pavement cost index, here's liquid assets, here's our CIPs for water and sewer. So we're going to be straightening that out, and cleaning that up so you can have better access to those and everything.
I know we're over time now, but I have a thought on when you're coming up with projects. So you made this proposal of changing how we use the biosolids. Where there's a number of options available and what to do with that kind of waste. And, there was an example up in somewhere along the gorge, I forget where, maybe it was Gresham or something like that, where they were turning it into fuel. So gasification, I'd like to have a conversation about those kind of things that even put you into the future to where they were competitively way, way below over time in their sewer rates because they started funding all the other operating costs, recouping all of that. Of course, that takes a big capital outlay. That takes a plan. Where I guess I hope that we're not leaving those options off the table because we're afraid that it won't pass. I hope that we have conversations that.
I would share that you're exactly right. For biosolids, the plant superintendent and myself have toured 3 different locations at 3 different types of different technologies. The last one that we toured, there is a possibility, COVID's hit, things have kind of went different directions and we haven't talked lately, but the possibility that there's a technology out there that these folks would actually come in and provide us. We think that it wouldn't add any additional cost to our day-to-day operations. We could probably, with the changes in the plant, implement this technology, have a biosolid that, they can take the biosolid and they would sell it as a product because and I can't remember off the top of my head where they actually sell the product at. Or we could use it in the community and sell it in the community. It would be a certified product that people could use in their gardens for, and for their vegetables. You can put it on farm crops. I mean, it's a really good fertilizer, essentially. So that potential system is a little over $1 million. If they come in and implement it, and our savings in herd and our utility savings, and also have a product to sell, I don't want to get too excited about it, but it looks like it actually wouldn't cost as much as what we're doing today, and they would implement the equipment. So those are the steps that myself, our staff, are working at in trying to find ways to reduce the cost, whether it's us doing crack sealing, whether it's us doing what we can for dig outs to reduce the cost, stretch the dollars. We're doing that in every area that at least I'm involved with. It's at the golf course. I mean, managing the golf course, I'd like to think, we were the only game in town over COVID, but we've made some investments that are proving to be very good for the operations in generating more revenue. We've had more play of golf than we've had in years, maybe since that course was built. The revenue, we had 22 carts that were less than desirable when I got here. Today we have 46 carts that I'm proud that anybody can get into, feel good about going out there and playing around the golf. They're generating 4 times the amount of revenue that we did before that. Well, our goal is to continue to improve and create these opportunities that, I can stand up in front of the citizens that I live with in this community and say, we're doing the best we can with your resources, and we're trying, I'll prove it to you.
And the golf course is a great example too of that cost savings, because when we bought the golf course to start using it for effluent and irrigation, if we hadn't done that, we would have had to build a cooling tower. Mm-hmm. And the cooling tower was going to be $780,000. We bought the golf course for $760,000. And so we've got the debt service there.
Well, except we ended up with the property later we had to buy, so it ultimately became a little more expensive. But
yeah, and we have the other piece, but we're renting that too, and we're getting rental income off of that. So, but here we ended up with a piece of property and another resource where people are paying to come out and chase the little balls around on it.
And a water right.
We're not paying for the maintenance and operation of the cooling tower that we'd have to do all the time. And so it's covering its costs. The debt service was going to be the same, and we continue to do those things. And can we do that with the biosolids? Yeah, hopefully, and make a product that we can do something from. The natural gas portion, we changed our process in the plant from anaerobic. And by doing that, it kind of eliminates the natural gas issue, and so we don't have that option anymore because we made that change.
No, and I think the regulation around methane actually is going to get pretty strict. I don't know that that's a viable solution for
now. It's the biosolids. How do we get rid of that final product? We have a really good clean biosolid, And we don't have heavy metals in it, we don't have a lot of industrial stuff, and it's a prime candidate for that kind of use. The technologies are getting better for drying. I mean, originally, when we first started moving over, the only way to dry was to have a big huge area to spread it out on, and keep constantly turning it over to get it to dry. But now they've got some equipment out there that we can run it through a heater, dry it, and also sterilize it at the time so it can be used for more things. So those are trying to be innovative, trying to look at options and opportunities, and think about, the streets are another good one. What's going to change? How is this use of our streets and roads going to change over time? As either we move to electric vehicles or we move to some other kind of method or more virtual stuff. Is that going to impact our roads and everything too? Trying to think what's the future going to bring. We never thought we'd be scooping out wipes out of a filter between the clarifiers. What else is going to happen that's going to hit us that we're going to have to handle, take care of. And we're over time.
I was just going to say, so question about process. Are we going to have another session to work on goals, or are we going to have all the department heads kind of give us? Because while I do agree with you about kind of having a smaller set of goals, I do want to make sure the new counselors, especially if they have areas that they're interested in, be able to discuss those as well.
So I think what we'd like to do is probably set up another work session to kind of go through more, go into a little more in the wastewater and the water storm, and then move into police and finance and other issues. And we can also talk about SDCs. We have some stuff about SDCs we want to talk about a little bit too, just to get everybody on the right page. And do we want to look at, in that setting, then we move to finishing out the goal piece. Do we make it a simpler, hey, let's just look at collecting information or getting information out, or do we want to try to do something shorter than what we've done in the past? Yeah. So that'll be something for the future council meeting to set a work session on that.
So I just wanted to bring up, I brought up yesterday that this last Friday, Councilor Fleck went on the radio with me. Are you guys all open to rotating through and on it's once a month I'm on the radio, but I'd like to just to get more council exposure to the community. So if you're willing, so in April, I don't know what the exact date is, but somebody wants to volunteer, then great. And see you, John.
Sure. I think it's a good idea. I think.
And I, because I kind of surprised Cameron with it. And then afterwards I ran into him and he said it worked out really good, that he thinks it's going to be good for the community to get that extra outreach.
I was going to ask Cameron to go in anyway, so.
What's that?
I was going to ask Cameron for some time anyway, so
Okay.
might as well do it.
Yeah, so whenever the second Friday in April, be on the Beeper Show.
Okay.
All right. Okay, great.
I want to piggyback a comment on that. Yesterday, I held my first coffee with a counselor and had some folks come down, and we were able to talk about some things. And I thought it was really good to have that one-on-one interaction. I was personally at Jack Sprat's. They opened up an hour early so that I could be there. But Chloe did mention that she would extend that to anybody else at any time. So if you are interested in doing a face-to-face, sometimes it's nice to be in a neutral location for folks. So she's wanted me to extend that to everybody else as well.
Well, I'm really pleased that happened, because I remember a previous counselor in that ward, I believe, was doing that at City Hall, and I don't think it was getting any participation. So great.
Well, and I was going to say, and I did these early on as well, and gosh, I think they're wonderful. It just, how do you get people excited to come out and talk about wastewater? It's just sometimes it's a challenge.
I'd be open to doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, save anytime.
Anything else? And I think Mayor.
All right, well, happy spring, everybody. Today's first day of spring,
Oh,
so I guess we'll be adjourned and
Bring it in.
Nice. I hope we do more than education. I think
Oh, I agree.